Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. a place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it. To kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse. STEM City USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S.-African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, prove that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African continental and country specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
All right, good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Nika Murray, and I am your business moderator for this session on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. And we will be hosting this morning a fireside chat with Miss Deanna Lindsay Lewis. Deanna Lindsay Lewis is a brand builder, messaging expert, and proud Black sheep since 1986. And she is the owner of Brand Smash Studio, a company on a mission to make Black sheep creators unemployable through world building and fresh sales tactics. She is fueled by the conviction that we are all born a limited edition, and we are already having everything needed to launch our life's work, get paid handsomely for it, and build spaces not yet created where the original creator can inspire us. She's got over 15 years of branding and marketing experience, and she insists that the death of meaningful connection and experiences that is to delight is boring branding, and has waged a war against it, and rightfully so. So I am very happy to introduce and present to you Miss Deanna Lindsay Lewis.
Hi, Tamika. How are you?
Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I am well. Excited to be here.
We're happy to have you. So thank you. All right. And I know it is a Monday.
It is Monday.
But, you know, got a nice smile on both of our faces. And I'm very excited to hear more about your business. So let's get into that. The first question I'm going to ask you is, what is brand gravity and how is it different from traditional branding?
Sure. So traditional branding is a business card, right? Brand gravity, or what I like to call building a world, is a black hole, right? So the difference is attracting people to your business, pulling them in, as opposed to shouting at them.
Deanna, are you there?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes, I'm sorry about that. No, I
Okay.
want you to continue with what you were saying about what is brand gravity and how is it different from traditional branding. I know that you said that traditional branding is, it's a business card.
So brand gravity is an
Brand
element
gravity.
of right world building, right? So the
Mm-hmm.
difference between traditional branding is the idea of a business card versus creating a black hole, right? So having the ability to pull people in, which is what gravity does. It's the force that pulls people into your world as opposed to shouting from a rooftop.
And you often say, don't just build a brand, build a world. What does that really mean in your practice? How do you implement that?
Right. So I think from the traditional sense, when people think of building a brand, they're thinking about just the products, right? Like as opposed to building a place for people to belong, a place where people want to take up residence and live, as opposed to just buying a product. And that's kind of how you know the difference between whether you simply bought a brand and whether or not you've built a world. It's, do people just buy your products, or do they want to belong to your world and consume everything that you produce?
No, I like that, because now that you put it into perspective like that, I'm thinking about all the brands that I tend to gravitate towards. And it's usually the ones where I just feel completely immersed in whatever message, whatever world you just said they've developed, especially if it's like any of the high end brands, some of them carry such weight in their names, like Vuitton and, Versace. And, you think of some of those brands and it's like, yeah, their name alone says everything that you need to know about the brand. So
yeah, and so that's a really great point. The key word that you used was actually immerse.
Yeah,
right. That's the key word. And you also said you spoke specifically to how it made you feel.
Yes,
which is right.
That luxury that just when you're stepping inside of one of those shops, it's just a whole different vibe. You feel the money and you feel the quality of whatever those the items that they're showing you that are on display.
Yeah, so I think that's the real advantage to world building, is it's the opportunity to create insiders, right? And even juxtaposed to the higher end brands, like a lot of us think that you have to have, millions of dollars to accomplish this, like your Louis Vuittons. But you think of something even like, and I love the brand. What is it? It's the water. Is it Death? I can't think of
there's so many water brands out there now.
No, it's like I love it. I drink it. Oh my goodness. I can't even think of the brand now, which is insane. But it's the mountain water. Liquid Death. Liquid Death. Right. And so it's not like they're like a luxury brand per se, but when you drink the water, you feel immediately connected to the culture. Like you feel cool. You feel, it makes you feel responsible. Like it's a sustainable option, that you're drinking, that you just want your water to be as pure as it can come. It features limited edition artwork, right? It just speaks to, I think the real opportunity that we have with world building as opposed to branding is being a mirror, allowing people to see themselves and what it is that you're selling. And you can do that with any budget.
Really can, it's all about just kind of getting into the mindset of what makes people tick, and how we end up like building rapport with a brand and a product, and we're probably not even aware of it, consciously. Subconsciously we are, but not consciously. So
yeah. I think we forget often that at the end of the day, people want to do business with people, right? And we just get very caught up in trying to present, and I don't want to say facade, but just a presentation of a business, that we forget to just be people, right?
Be real, basically. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So how does a brand create pull instead of constantly pushing?
Absolutely. So There are several elements, but I would say that the biggest one is, let's say, your mythology, right? So every world has a mythology, your creation story, your beliefs. Um, so being able to establish those, clearly articulate them, and incorporate them into every touch point. So number one, knowing your mythology. Number two, I would say knowing your natives, right? Developing that insider language, um, creating a place to belong. But probably most and foremost, it would be the belief system. I think all of us know when we create a business that we're expected to create values, but I think often we just kind of pluck them out. I don't want to say out of the sky, but almost like looking at a list. Oh, this sounds nice. This sounds nice. And it's like, there, we have our values. But then how do those values live out in real time, right? How do you communicate those values in your packaging? How do you communicate those values through your emails, through your communication? How do you live those out loud? And it's that belief system and how you bring it to life that creates gravity. Gravity is the thing that makes worlds more believable.
Yeah, absolutely. I definitely agree with that. And, gravity is a very powerful word to use because it helps to, keep us grounded here on the planet. And so when we use that word gravity, it automatically just has that impact on people where, they're being pulled into whatever world that particular brand is creating. So I really do like that. And I appreciate that. Absolutely. And I'm sure that the people that are watching from either at home, at work, or on the go, they're absolutely enjoying and appreciating the content and the information that we're discussing right now, because I'm sure that there are a lot of business owners that are watching, or if they haven't started yet, maybe they're being inspired right now. And this is giving them tips for how to go about it. I've been in their place myself. And so when you're starting a business, if you haven't done the the grunt work and done a lot of research, or if you don't have a mentor, as Mr. Chambers was saying in our previous session, highly recommend getting a mentor and someone that you can discuss all the pros and cons of being an entrepreneur, because it's vitally important. It definitely helps us all. So I'm loving this conversation that we're having right now, and I'm just going through some of the other stuff, the key points that I want to address with Miss Lewis when she returns to us momentarily. Hello, welcome back, Miss Lewis. No, I was just summing up like what you were saying about how strong just the word gravity in and of itself is, and how we automatically have our own thoughts and opinions as to when we hear the word gravity. So having it used in conjunction with branding is it's genius. Actually, it really is.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Absolutely, and it definitely has a very powerful pull and stronghold on people as well. So you talk about identifying your natives versus a target market. How do you know who your natives are?
That's a fun one, right? Okay. So normally when we think about a target market, right, we think demographics. How old are they? Where do they live? What stores do they buy from? And it's not that that information isn't helpful. It is, especially in the beginning stages of a business where you're thinking about how to develop a product or how to develop your service. So I think the target market is useful in that way. But I do offer that we can shift our thoughts a little bit to, again, if you think about building a world instead of just a brand, and now we're talking about our natives. These are the people who belong in your world, who are originally from your world. So what I'm offering is that we can find the people who are a lot like ourselves. So often when we are looking for a target market, or we're saying, I don't know who my market is, I always tell you, start with yourself. Like, who are you? What things do you like? And I actually have challenged almost anyone that I've ever been in a conversation with when I say, think about your very best customer, your very best client. Do you not share a lot in common. And then most people realize, hey, actually we do. So your natives are yourself at different stages in your business. They might have been you in the beginning where you really didn't know what you were doing and you needed a little more mentorship. And then you in the middle, and then you, even the future you. But there are different versions of who you are. So you're self-reflected outwards. These are the people who belong in your world, who once they find you will never want to leave. And that's the main difference between natives and target markets. So not just demographics, but DNA.
Miss Lewis.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Yes, I didn't hear the last thing you said.
No, that's okay.
Oh,
That's okay. All right. So I was going to say every great world has a villain, or in your words, non-believers. Why is identifying your non-believers so crucial to brand gravity?
Yeah. So again, when we start to build a brand, we mostly start with what we stand for and who we're for and what we believe. But it is equally as important to know what you stand against, right? And what you don't believe in. That way you can draw a line in the sand. So a lot of times it's great to identify the villain of your brand, or your brand's enemy, right? And even aside from that, every great story has a hero and a villain. A story of Avengers that are just about superheroes with no villains is a story that no one wants to pay to watch, right? So you got to know who your brand enemy is. Not only that, but just on a personal note, business is hard. Like it's hard. It's your baby. It's personal. And then the first time someone says, well, I don't like the way that packaging is done, or this really doesn't resonate with me. Knowing who your brand enemy is or who your brand is not for gives you the conviction to hold true to what you've built and say, well, perhaps this just isn't for you. And that's okay. So, and also, it's a rally cry. It's a way to, I hate to say it like this, but it is a way to rally your people against a common enemy. It gives that polarization, which keeps your world interesting and magnetic as well.
I like that. I do. All right, so let's talk about mythology. Why does a brand need a creation story or lore? Is it just considered to be fluff, or is there something, more calculated behind having an origin story?
Yes. So I want to speak to that in a couple of ways. So I think there's the creation story, and then there's the lore. But the creation story is critical to building a brand or a world, because people don't necessarily buy what you're selling. They buy why you're selling it. And a perfect example of that is the gentleman who was just on before I was, who spoke about, that karate studio and saving up his money so that he could finally be in karate. And now, because he understood what that felt like to not be able to afford it, but want this thing so bad, he now offers his services to the community. He gives back in this way. So now wanting to go to his studio in particular is actually more appealing now, because I understand the why behind it. He connected his heart to the reason why he's doing things. What he did was give his studio more gravity through that story that he told. So that's part of his origin story, the part of the why, he's created his business. And so I was like, when I was watching, I was like, oh, perfect. This is exactly what we're talking about, right?
Yes. That was really a turning point for me as well. It definitely gave me a different perspective into why he does what he does. So
yes, immediately I was like, wait, where is he located? Because this is the type of community I would want to belong to, and right there I could see my values reflected in his. And that's all that we're trying to do as consumers, as buyers. We're trying to see ourselves reflected in someone else's story. So that creation story is critical to world building, right? And then when I think lore, this is where you can get creative. This is the difference between an idea and a concept. Having an idea is great. Having a concept is sticky, right? And I'll tell you the difference between the two. An idea is, I would like to create a Black business conference. Concept is the Black Business Olympics. Right? What we're doing is tying the idea that, like what we already know, we understand Olympics, and that's a concept that Dr. Kelly has connected to a Black conference. So immediately, we don't have to use a lot of our words to get the feeling across that this platform is going to be for the best of the best, top tier business owners, thought leaders. Like, the concept is baked in, right? So once you have a concept as opposed to just an idea, then you can build lore around it. And that's just a very simple 2 or 3 sentence background story that gives the world a bit of magic, a little bit of mythology, from which you could continue to build all of your visuals from, all of your other stories. Like, does it not make sense then that the logo is reminiscent of the circles, right? From a sticky concept, it then informs the lore and everything else that comes after it, which again, it just makes it gets that emotional resonance that everyone is chasing, but it makes it so much easier to communicate.
Resonance is important. And when you said, for brands to be able to have you be a part of their world, I was thinking to myself about certain brands and how important it is in the marketing to be as inclusive as possible, because you want to reach as many potential buyers or clients, and you don't want to make someone feel like they wouldn't necessarily be welcome part of your brand. And I just find that interesting in how all of this plays, they're all parts of one whole, basically, when it comes to branding and the media and marketing and all of that stuff. So
yeah, it is a different take on it. And I think the difference, though, is obsession. It's obsession, right? So it's do you want to create, you can create a product, you can sell it to a ton of people. Question is, how many of those people will come back?
Exactly.
Right? And so this is why I truly believe that building a world where your natives belong and others don't necessarily, right? Like, they might be visitors, but they don't necessarily want to live here. That's okay. But the difference is in building obsession, because what a lot of people don't realize, we're always in this cycle of chasing new leads, new customers, but your most valuable customer is that repeat customer who buys over time. We never consider the lifetime value of a customer. And we get a tribe of lifetime customers through by curating obsession. And you can't do that by being for everybody.
That's very true. That is very true. And I think that comes with whether you're marketing a service, a brand, or even a person,
Absolutely.
When you're branding somebody as, the actual business or public figure. Yeah, I mean, it's not everybody is for everybody. So you're absolutely right with that. How often do rituals play a role in brand gravity? Can you share a few unexpected brand rituals that really stuck with you, that you have started from the beginning and, continue to do today?
Yeah, so rituals, when you're crafting your rituals, it's how do you get people to interact with your product or your service? How do you get them to build a lifestyle around it? One of the very best, probably most memorable taglines that was marketing genius is the best part of waking up, right? And I don't need to finish the rest, right? I do not need to finish the rest. That was a perfect example of how Folgers understood that an important ritual within their world is waking up. Like everyone wants to wake up to that cup of coffee, and by just that single jingle,
That
they
smell.
yes, right? Like, and it's so evocative, right? Permeates your existence. It's when you can transcend just being a product or service, and now you're become a part of someone's lifestyles by infiltrating their rituals.
Yeah, and I love that you mentioned Folgers because you know, growing up they had a holiday commercial that they used to show year after year after year, and they finally discontinued it and stopped showing it. I think well into like the late 90s, but for years growing up, I actually remember that commercial. It was a little girl coming downstairs and her brother was coming home. And it was just like such a fond memory from my childhood, and it basically solidified, you know, that whole vibe of Folgers being like the best part of waking up even on Christmas Day. So
yeah. I mean, I'm literally watching you come to life, beaming.
Because I love that commercial.
It took us right back. And so
it took me back to like 84, 85. Yeah, right? I remember that commercial. So,
and that's the power of rituals. That is a power. And honestly, I don't think that we think about it enough. Like whether you're thinking about whether it's this, and honestly, when it comes to services or products, I actually believe they're one and the same, right? Because if you have a service, you should productize it. Like you package your service as if it were a product that anyone could purchase off of a shelf. And if you have a product, don't forget you also have a service, the process of delivering that product, the unboxing experience. If you have both, everyone has both a product and a service. So when we're thinking about it, how do we position this to become part of someone's everyday life so that it becomes a ritual to them? And I think that's where our largest opportunity is in branding and world building.
And what role does culture play in creating brand gravity, and how do you build it intentionally?
Yes, so culture is, that is literally the space. That's the space in which your values live, right? So when you think about culture, and let's talk about Starbucks for a second. The culture of Starbucks. This is the culmination of their language. Again, like you go and you get whether it's a venti, grande, you know that language to order, you know, the sizes. They make sure that when you get your cup, your name is written on it. So they promote this culture of individualism. So everything that you order, from how you like your coffee, and you know you can get anything you want, and the fact that your name is written on it, the fact that when you come in, there's music playing, they want you to be comfortable, sit in here, do your work, because this isn't just the place where you get drinks. This is the place where conversations happen. This is the place where business owners come and work together. This is collaboration. This is where students come to study, right? So they've built this culture. And honestly, really surprised to hear that they've been a little lax on the whole everything that's happening with DEI right now, because Starbucks in particular has one of the most diverse workforces, period.
Yeah.
So, you know,
and I've noticed that like every time I go into one, it doesn't matter. You know, where I, you know, just to be frank, like I live in Boston, and the section that I live in, while it is diverse, there's a lot of college students around. There's a lot of college students everywhere in Boston, but especially in my neighborhood, because I live where a campus is, I have noticed that no matter which Starbucks I go to, it's always usually a very diverse mixture of employees.
And that's their culture. So this is where we get to see what happens when you make a move or a decision that is misaligned with the culture that you built. So we'll get to see how this plays out for them in real time. But that's the importance. That's the importance of culture, because again, it reinforces that believability or that gravity that pulls people in. And another really great example, Tamika, you said you were in Boston. Do you guys have a mod pizza?
I want to say there probably is. I have not visited it myself. I'm still, you know what? I'm in that honeymoon phase of Boston because I've only been here for almost 6 months. So
Okay,
I'm
that's
still
fair.
getting acclimated with certain stores, but in brands, but I'm sure they probably are some here.
Okay, so I'm in Virginia, and we
Okay.
have mod pizza. So it's essentially you come in and you get a pizza dough, and you can put whatever toppings you want. Make your own pizza. They build it in front of you. But mod, short for modifications, comes
Mm-hmm.
through in how you build your pizza. But then they all have this huge wall of like different employees with different like body modifications, whether they're tattoos or a piercing. So there's this celebration of their culture that it like permeates from the employees they hire to the way they choose to showcase that through their artwork, to the way that you build your pizza, right? So
Mm-hmm.
it's might start with rituals. How do we get into the homes of everyone else? To culture. How do we welcome them into our home?
And that was going to lead into my next question. You mentioned insider language a lot. How can a brand develop a dialect without it feeling forced or gimmicky,
Yes. I would be lying to you if I said that was easy, right? Because
I'm sure it's not.
we've all probably tried to make language work, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I think the most masterful at this is Apple, right? But iPod, iMac, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just the language. Starbucks is great too, but let's be honest, I don't believe that was really an easy transition. They use the word grande, which is their medium, and I'm like, grande
Mm-hmm.
means big. Like
It does.
someone did not make a good decision here, right? But one of the first places to start with creating insider language that is extremely easy. If you start here and you can get your people to buy into it, then anything you create from here will just be 10 times easier. So the first thing that I would want anyone to do when considering insider language is to consider first, what do you call your people?
Okay.
How do you refer to them? What do you call them?
Yeah.
Right. So then, and I think like a lot of us don't think about this. I think the genre or the industry that does this just without even thinking about it is going to be the music industry, right? Every artist calls their fan club or their fans something, right? Like I love Tamar Braxton. She calls her audience Tamartians, right?
Okay.
But it's a great example because once you call your audience something and you get them to, oh yes, that's me, right? And they subscribe to it. Then if you start to create other language that's kind of alien-like, we are not the same, we are Martians, then they're just going to catch on to the language as long as it makes sense to the new identity you've given your people. So I believe it starts with, what do you call your people? And then build the insider language from there. But and when you think about just any relationship, period, whether it's your best friend, your mother, your sister, your brother, the thing that makes you feel close to them are the inside jokes, right? It's the inside jokes that only you know. You might have, words that I can't even believe I'm about to say this, like live in front of everyone, but my family, sorry y'all, like they have a word that they call people who are less attractive. They call them customers, right?
Oh,
and so yes, right. So we're like, oh, he's a customer, right? But if we're out in public, no one thinks twice about it. It's an inside thing. It's the word that connects our family. Now,
I would have never assumed that that's what they were talking about if I ever overheard that conversation. Okay.
No. And if we ever heard anyone else weirdly use it, we'd be like, wait a minute, are you our people? Right. so right, like that's my point. It's creating that language that when you say it, people are like, you're my people. You're my people. Yes. So
right. Well, let's see. What's the biggest mistake you see when brands try to create community without having real brand gravity?
Yes. Actually, I think that is the biggest mistake, right? It's trying to create community without first establishing who you are and what you believe in, because then it can tend to be all downhill. Just take off without you. And then it's hard to wrangle in. You see this often, right? Like you'll see brands bring in community managers to try to wrangle in, or you start a community and then things start happening inside of it that you're like, whoa. And now you want to retroactively create community rules. Oh, guys, here we embrace inclusivity. So we do not want to use any language that is, exclusive, but that's something that you wanted to establish from the beginning, right? So that when coming in, people understand how to treat this space, right? The other thing that I would say too, and this is going to be a challenge because right now we're in the era of everyone telling us, content is king, community is queen, right? So we all want to go off and create community. And I actually have a challenge for you. And that challenge is, what would happen if we just started putting out excellent content, like we just created with excellence to the point that the community created itself?
I love that. I love that idea. Yeah, because I mean, if you're going out there being excellent or striving for excellence from the beginning, I mean, you have nowhere else to go but up. So, and you're setting the bar very high. You're already creating those standards. So you're putting the message out there that you're coming from a place where quality is, it's key. It's the most important thing over quantity.
Let your people tell you that they want community.
Yeah.
Right. And one of the brands that actually does this excellently is Portland Leather Company. They just create just beautiful leather bags. And then what happened was, people started sharing organically how they were customizing their bags, learning to paint on leather, adding charms. And then that community organically grew. Now it's responsible for more than 75% of their sales. Right? And then once you get that community that gets created organically, then it puts you in a wonderful position because now you get to show up and listen. You just get to listen. You get to let them tell you what they want next. And you're guaranteed buyers when it finally gets released because they've begged you to create this thing. And I think so often we start from a place of creating just what we want to create instead of what people tell us they want as well.
And real quick, because I am about to wrap you up, before we go, if someone walks away from this conversation that we just had, which I enjoyed very much, what is one thing about brand gravity that should be etched in their memory? What do you want that to be?
First, it would be build a world, not just a brand. And when it comes to building gravity, I use the word gravity very intentionally instead of attraction because gravity is a force. So establish your belief system, establish your natives, establish that mythology, and use it to pull people in.
I like that. I like that a lot. So much. And is there any last minute information that you want to give to viewers? How can they contact you? What's the best way?
Absolutely. Please head over to www.brandsmashstudio.com and you can come into my world that way. That's the best place to come in. And Tamika, it's my first time meeting you, but I had a blast chatting with you today.
Thank you so much. I would love to continue this conversation. It was very helpful. Definitely. Yeah.
Thank you.
I enjoyed your information as well. And is there anything that you want to tell viewers about, anything new coming out with your business that they want to look out for, or anything that you want to promote in this moment?
Right now, if you're just kind of looking for where to get started, again, if you go to the website, brandsmashstudio.com, I do have a 5-day challenge called Breakaway from the Sheeple that will give you, it's jam-packed, loaded with a ton of free information that'll help you start to lean a little bit more into your limited edition brilliance and start to build that world.
Very nice. Well, thank you so much. It was a pleasure. And I just wanted to say thank you again to Deanna.
Thank you.
Please check out her business. We've learned a ton of very valuable information today with our conversation with her. And thank you again for joining us. And I wanted to say that genius is common, and I will see you on the other side. Take care. All right, so now it is time to promote the scholarship. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students, and you may go to www.blackbusinessexpo.usa to donate and to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that's on the screen below, say $BBX USA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. And so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for September 2024, NC 100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia, Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Margie McLean Foundation, Inc., Genius is Common, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, Banks Law Firm, and Black Business Expo USA. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
I was born and raised in southeastern West Virginia, the coal fields. My father was an AME minister. For me, I was very fortunate. Even though I grew up in the segregated South, I was surrounded by flourishing Black businesses. Doctors, lawyers, bankers, dentists. They were all there and they were all successful. And I guess that's part of my dream, is to see that success come back. My name is Joseph Simmons, and I am the founder of the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial Training. We have this moment in time where we can change the trajectory of people. And our focus is on women, Black and brown entrepreneurs, and their access to capital, their ability to build thriving businesses, the ability to employ people. There's a study that showed that in those three communities, especially Black and brown communities, $1 stays in those communities for 30 minutes. In white community, $1 stays in their communities for 8 hours. So think about it. For you in a Black or brown community to get gas, to get food, to go to a restaurant, you've got to leave your community, take those dollars out of that community and take it to another community that's already being well served. So if we can reverse that, if we can go from 30 minutes to an hour to 2 hours, that's progress. That's what we need to do. I was with SCORE, and then in May of 2020, of course, the events happened in regards to the murder of George Floyd. The other thing that I was experiencing was the denials of federal funds for small businesses. And it revolved around one thing. These businesses were not being prepared for grants and for government programs. And I came up with the idea for the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial based off those two things. Morgan Stanley had a report out in 2020, first quarter, and it talked about there were 3 groups that were massively devastated by COVID-19 on their business. That was 1, women, number 2, Black, and number 3, brown entrepreneurs. The research showed that they had less cash on hand, they had less opportunity to go into a bank and get money, and they were very dependent on family and friends to keep their business up and running. If we can focus on those 3 groups, then we can have a dramatic impact on our communities. Really, the focus is on 3 areas. And those 3 areas are 1, the people, number 2, the courses, and number 3, a support network. Here at CMAT, we will provide you with the fundamentals for generational success. And you will be creating a vibrant community by attending our 5-day immersive training course.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo one of the largest business showcases in the history of black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of black business in the world.
Welcome to Intentionality with Dominique, the show that helps business owners become valued and in-demand suppliers in the marketplace to scale their businesses. Let's start today's show with host and intentional connector, Dominique Simpson-Milton.
My favorite question to ask, but what would you say is the difference between working in your business versus working on your business?
Oh my goodness, it's a mindset for sure. And prior to working with the council and working with you, I don't even know that I placed as much emphasis and importance on it. But now I understand the importance of working on the business, which is that business development, strategic planning, taking that 30,000-foot view, every 6 months and definitely at least once a year to find out what's working well, what's not, pivoting if there's a need to pivot, adding new verticals. Like that's working on the business. Working in the business is the day-to-day operations.
Right. Putting out fires in the day-to-day, responding to emails, that type of thing. And working on the business is setting a strategy based on what's going on in your various industries. What are the trends, and making sure that you are doing the steps to stay in front of those trends.
As you grow and as you evolve, I'd say there are a couple of things to that. One is if you are in the weeds every single day, and quite frankly, when you start a business, there's not a lot of it's hard not to be, right? Because you're probably small when you start. There are probably not enough resources for the things that you have to do. That's normal. But as you grow and as you evolve, you start to understand that if your view is here, then you cannot gain the perspective to see all of the interrelationships and all of the the opportunities and all of the strategic maneuvers that you should be doing in order to take your, grow your business in step functions as opposed to incremental?
Well, working in the business is doing everything. You wear all the many hats. Working on the business is finding out what hat you like and then being able to put in processes, systems, people that will help complement your skills.
Chasing the dollars, trying to make sure payroll is done. You have enough work to cover payroll and $2 or $3 in your pocket. The next thing you know, year after year, you're in a rat race. You've never been trained to develop your business or to take it to another level.
As long as I can focus on where we are going, because no one else is doing that in the company except for me. So if I can see, here's where we're going, and I need all y'all, all 10 of y'all to come with me, then if we all do that together, then the business grows because everyone is focused on the thing they're supposed to be focused on.
Love that.
Yeah.
I think for a lot of business owners, particularly when you're just getting started, you're wearing multiple hats. I tell people all the time, I was always letter E, all of the above, when we used to fill in those multiple choice tests. And, even now I still do a lot, but what is really great is that right now I'm in Richmond. My team back in Raleigh is handling everything. I don't have to pick up the phone. I don't have to check that email because I know that they can take on whatever is being thrown at them.
Take time to slow down in order to speed up. Invest in CVM SDC developmental programs each year to grow your business. Working in equals maintaining. Working on equals growth. Visit cvmsdc.org for more information on our development programs. Email us at info@cvmsdc.org.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Great day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Barbara H. Smith, and the Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. I have the pleasure of introducing our next speaker. Dominique Simpson Milton is the president and CEO of the Carolinas, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, known as the Council. Prior to June 2018, she was the Director of Corporate Services for CVMSDC, overseeing the affiliate office in Charleston, South Carolina. She has so many accolades that it would take me all day to introduce her with them. But she is known as the intentional communicator. She's the intentional connector. She's intense and she is infamous. I have met soon to be Dr. Milton at many events and worked with her on many projects. But today, she is going to do a fireside chat that is going to blow you away. Help me bring to the platform Dr. soon to be Dominique Milton.
We're working on that, Sister Barbara. How are you this morning?
I am great and grateful every day. And every time I see you, I'm excited for what you're going to bring to the table.
Well, thank you for that introduction. And you know the genius is coming. I'm so excited about our next guest. I will see you on the other side, Ms. Barbara.
Looking forward to it. God bless you.
Absolutely. So this morning, I am so excited to bring to you Ms. Janister Herring. Janister is the founder and CEO of Essence Technology Consulting. She connects people, business, and technology to close the gaps for business growth. Janister has 30 years plus of highly experienced information technology, project management, technology management, and process improvement management experience. She has successfully navigated various industries, including manufacturing, utilities, transportation, wholesale distribution, finance, information governance, and communications. Over the past 25 years, Janister has been an advocate for at-risk girls, young women, and foster children through many organizations such as PACE, Center for Girls, Girl Scouts, United Way, Women's Leadership, Women's Giving Alliance, and several other organizations. She also sits on the board of several organizations. Here in Charleston, South Carolina, she sits on the board of Jack and Jill of America, or she's a leader in Jack and Jill of America. She's on the board of the Coastal Community Foundation and working with their Giving Circle and several other organizations. So without further ado, I want to bring Ms. Janister Herring to the stage. Come on down, Janister. Welcome.
Good morning, Dr. Soon to be Dominique. How are you?
It's soon to be. It's a lot of work. It's probably the hardest thing that I have done in my lifetime, but it is a labor of love. I'm working on a doctorate in business administration. It's focused on entrepreneurship and innovation, which is going to be exciting to help business owners like you are learning how to grow their business.
That is so awesome.
Yes. Well, this morning, before we get deep into your background, I really want to talk about your passion. You're working with girls who are at risk. Tell us why.
Well, I don't think my story is different from a lot of people. Being a Black female, I was an at-risk girl, growing up with a single mom and a sister, and actually having some of those or not having some of those resources around me to navigate me around. So I wanted to be able to give back. I studied engineering. My aunt, she was the one that pulled me in that direction. I wanted to go into the Air Force. I felt like that would be easier for my mom, not have to spend money on a college education. Didn't know if I would get a scholarship at that time, but my aunt pulled me into engineering, and she was like, there's not a lot of Black female engineers 30 plus years ago. So I decided to go in that direction, and I haven't turned back. So when I got involved over 25 years ago, my first organization was PACE Center for Girls. And it was a facility where girls just didn't fit into a school environment. They had problems at home. Parents wasn't there to guide them in their way. So I became a mentor initially and became a board member to be able to help provide funding for them on a day-to-day basis. So
that's good. Yeah, I wanted to start there, Janister, because I want people to see your heart and to see, how you give back, because so many people are successful, right? But everybody doesn't understand the need to reach back and pull up another young lady. And this show, we do this show so that we can give scholarships to students, right? We buy them computers so that they can do their work. And based on your background, how difficult that can be for somebody who's at risk.
Exactly. Yes. And funding is very important, but what I found for giving back is just my presence there made a whole lot of difference in a girl's life. I helped mentor the kids that came through PACE. They really was there to get a GED because they weren't in a regular school environment. And a lot of times I didn't actually just show them the actual information. I just sat there with them, answered any questions, but they were smart. They had the passion as well to get their GED to grow, and just being there for them actually made a lot of difference.
Excellent, excellent. Yeah, a lot of times it's just being in the room and people seeing that if things are possible based on being able to look at you, right? So now let's go back to your background. Your aunt got you into engineering. She was right. There were not a lot of women in engineering, right? But now there's quite a few, but still,
quite a few
as
now,
you have that experience, you stand out from others. Tell us about the background, your educational experience, and how you grew to be where you are today.
Well, I have an electronics engineering degree from DeVry Institute of Technology. I think it's DeVry University now. Got my Bachelor of Science in 3 years. So it was very intense. It was very intense. We didn't get summers out. So I had to be very focused and dedicated on knowing exactly what I wanted. These days, people jump back and forth with their major, but I didn't have that luxury. Couldn't call home. So I needed to be fully dedicated, work 7 days a week in the labs, everything. So that was where I got my work ethic, I think, at that point. Then I graduated. My internship was with NCR, National Cash Register. I began to work in their manufacturing plant, actually repairing some of the motherboards that were in the computers and the point of sale terminals and scanners.
So you were hands-on.
I was hands-on. Yes, I was hands-on. I got promoted. I went into, after I graduated with my BS, they promoted me to work with the design engineers. So some of the point of sale terminals that you see now, I'm proud to say that I probably have my fingerprints on some of them now that you actually do. So I helped design some of the point of sale terminals, and later went on and went into the field at that point. And one of my companies that was in my portfolio was Walmart, Publix, some of the larger grocery stores. And I helped those particular companies understand exactly what their needs are and be able to see the implementation of those devices in those stores. So I did that for 3 years, 3 to 6 years out in the field. And after that, had a family, got married, family came. It wasn't a 9 to 5, so I had to pivot my career a little bit to be able to take care of my family. And that's where I went into software development.
And was that software development on your own, or did you do it as a consultant?
As a consultant, employee, I was a consultant. So I worked with various different companies to help the businesses to understand exactly what they were needing, what their requirements were. And then I transformed that into a technology solution where I worked with several different developers, and I guess now they call them coders, to understand exactly how to streamline their process and make their process more efficient.
That's good. So for our young people that are listening, I really want them to understand the importance of getting their degree, right? So nobody can take that away from you, but you built a foundation so that when you want to spend time with your family, you had some flexibility to be able to consult and give back, as opposed to working a 9 to 5 and having to punch that clock, right? You had that flexibility. And when you have your degree, you create that, you build that for yourself. Would you agree?
That is, yes, I agree. If I didn't have that foundation, I wouldn't be able to make some decisions on my own. A lot of times it's, the degree is a stepping stone, that first step to get you in the door to actually see, exactly what you want to do, and actually see the employer, see that you are able to learn. Because a lot of times the employer, once you're in the door, they're going to train you the way they want you to be trained, but it actually lets them know that you're teachable, you're learnable, and you're able to stick to be dedicated to stick to something to the end.
So let's talk about that dedication, all right? Because I'm finding that a lot of young people don't have that level of dedication. Like I heard you say you went in and at the ground level, you were doing the coding, you were working manually on the boards and getting that experience. And so there was nothing that was underneath you, even though you had your degree. You knew that you had to learn the basics to grow and develop. Talk about that, because a lot of people think, I come into an organization, I have a degree, I can just jump straight to X, right? When you haven't done A, B, and C. Let's talk about that for a minute.
Well, I worked with a lot of millennials and they want to just get it, do it really quick. They want to be CEO, the day they walk into the door, and not knocking that at all. That is, having a passion and wanted to better themselves. But sometimes you do need to have the patience. That was one of my mentors. That was one of the things that he said, because I was just like that 30 years ago. I wanted that corner office, but I realized that there's a lot of learning in where you are at that particular time that you would need to push forward and go on, move from one level to the next.
Yeah, it's like building blocks, right? So you
Right,
built
it
this
is.
foundation, and now fast forward to where you are now. You have launched out and you created your own company, Essence. Tell us, first of all, why did you pick that name?
Well, I picked Essence because my love for people, and Essence for the work that I was doing. It was all around the people. Being in technology, it's moving so fast, and like Dr. Eric said earlier in his speech, was that AI, artificial intelligence, we feel that that's going to change and remove people from their jobs and things like that, but it's not. It's just going to make you more creative in what you're actually doing, provide more information faster to you to be able to do the job that you're doing, and bring efficiency as well. So I really wanted to just make sure that the people knew that they're still there, they're still needed. And like I said, the work that I do, I actually connect people, business, and technology to be able to fill those gaps that they may have with the technology solution, which we need people to carry those things out from the requirement all the way to the implementation.
Yes, well, we have that in common because we like to connect people, right? And I'm glad that you said that AI is not something to be fearful of, right? Because a lot of people, you have a couple of different camps. You have a camp of people who are just totally fearful of it, right? And those people who feel like it's going to take all the jobs away, but you are still going to need that human interaction, right? Human interaction to drive the AI. And as a business owner, they say if you don't embrace it, you don't have to embrace it, but if you don't embrace it, you will go out of business, right? Somebody is going to eat your lunch, right? Understanding technology. So do you help business owners understand technology?
I do. My focus, my ideal customer is the small and medium companies that are, they do have some fear or may not have all the funding or budget to be able to go full force. So I do the research for the companies to actually show and understand exactly where their requirements and how they can scale their business, and attach that to a technology solution that fits their need.
Okay. So we're talking to business owners all around the globe, right?
Yes.
So if a business owner is listening, give us an example of a problem that a business owner might face where you can come in and help them.
I currently have a client, and the client doesn't have anything. The only thing they have are QuickBooks. And that's, of course, finance is very important, that she needs that. But what I would do is I would come in and do a strategic plan on that particular company to help the company to identify exactly what their, I would like to, instead of calling them gaps, I would like to call them opportunities, are to grow their business. So the opportunities, we would look at the opportunities. It doesn't have to be technology. It can be streamlining a new process or to help them to do things more efficient. So I would come in, provide that to them, and then I will customize their technology solution or in their process to ensure that they can grow 5-10 years out.
Okay. So I've seen you do that for some organizations that we're part of, where you
Yes.
come in and you've
Yes.
given us high-tech solutions, be it voting, being
Yes.
able to see, our finances. You created those solutions for us in
Right.
this organization. So just to rephrase it for some business owners that are listening, if you have manual processes, let's just say everything's on an Excel spreadsheet. If you
Right.
don't have a way to track your customers, right? You
Right.
can come in and you can look and do a complete analysis and say, if we use technology to automate you in this way, we can get X results.
Right. That's correct. I do have a client that she needs a customer relationship management system to where it is a nonprofit, so there's not a huge budget there. But I was able to move her Excel spreadsheet to actually it was a free platform for,
Okay.
and a lot of nonprofits don't know that there are some companies out, technology companies, that will give a number of members free membership, and this was Salesforce, and they were
Okay.
able to expand that way to where they can do email campaigns, they can collect their donors very easily, and they could be able to communicate through a website as well through this particular tool.
Okay, that's great. So let's break down CRM, because some people really don't
Okay.
understand what a CRM
Okay.
is. So we had a customized CRM built for our company, for our nonprofit. But a CRM enables a company to be able to manage their database of customers, right? So that if I talk to customer X and you're on my team, you can then go in and see what I said to customer X,
Right.
and be able to
Yes.
pick up right where I left off and talk to that customer.
That's correct. And being able to reach out to them, and if you've had a conversation, be able to have a date stamp on that, and be able to follow up with them periodically to make sure that you're constantly being engaged with them at all times.
Okay. All right, good. So technological solutions for customers, right? Now you can work with a very large company. I know you said small to medium companies, right?
Yes.
So
Right.
tell us how you scale your business to be able, if you're working with a medium-sized company now and a large company says, hey, Janister, we saw what you did. We love it. We are looking for you to help us out. How would you scale to be able to accommodate that customer?
I am forming a lot of different partnerships now, just to be able to have resources that have the knowledge that I could be able to take on a large company. So I have 3 different partnerships, strategic partnerships at this point. One is a design and development company that is very good, and they have a full staff where I can pull a resource at any point for any development, customizable project that may go on for a large customer. And they do smaller contracts as well. And I have a managing services provider as well that provides more of the infrastructure, your networking, your, websites, different things like that they can provide that. And then I have a strategic partner who's a former Ernst & Young, one of the big 4, that, so just being able to pull all the talent together, that we have partnerships that we're working both ways to be able to manage and to support our customer.
That's good. So I want to break that down for our viewers, because a lot of people, you heard Dr. Kelly talk about soulpreneurs. There's nothing wrong with being a soulpreneur, right?
Yes.
But how do you as a soulpreneur utilize the talents of others, consultants, contractors, or either buying different companies, whatever you need to do to scale, right? So it's one thing to have your business here in this box, but you need to be able to actually scale up or down. Like, so you say you take on a big contract today, and then that contract goes away 6 months from now. How do you scale back down without having to lay off people? And it's through contract labor. It's through making networks, working together with other business owners, because you cannot attack this, just by yourself. You have to have that team. So I'm glad to hear that you have that team. And then as new needs arise, you're not an expert in everything, right? So you have to bring on the talent that can help you in that particular field. That's good. That's very good. So where do you see your business going?
Right now, my business, the way it's going is I want to make sure that I've merged my nonprofit passion with my business. So right now I am actually seeing a merge into ensuring that my nonprofit they feel like they're on the same level as the larger for-profit organizations. So I'm not separating them at all. So my business, I'm looking to grow to ensure that I'm able to possibly develop a actual software that I can merge the two in some way and actually have them be able to function efficiently through my particular process.
So I love that. Let's go down that path. So you want to create your own software, trademark it, and have other people utilizing your software to run their organizations. Yes, there you go. That's how we build wealth, right?
Right, exactly. And that's what I'm looking for. I am new, so I am doing a lot of learning at this point, but I've met some really good, talented folks out there that has the same vision and passion that I have to grow.
That's excellent. Excellent. So offline, we talked about financial strength. Let's talk about being financially strong so that, you're not kept awake at night trying to figure out how you're going to, pay the contractors, right? Talk about the importance of building a financially strong foundation so you're bankable. Bankable to me means you can go to the bank and the bank looks at you, sits down with you, has a conversation with you, a serious conversation, and says, okay, we'll extend you funds, right? Based on your credit worthiness, based on your history. Talk about that, Janister.
Basically just making sure that you have a good accountant in place that can help you focus in on exactly what your expenses are at any given point. I have a really good accountant that is kind of poking at me because this is new and I'm realizing that I don't know it all. So basically having, being able to initially, yes, you're going to pay yourself, but then making sure that you're putting the funds back into your business to make sure that it's growing financially as well. So those banks will be able to look at the growth that you have and being able to give you those loans on whenever you need it.
Yeah, very good. I have a whole capital readiness workshop that's about to come up where business owners can go to this capital readiness workshop. It's about a 6-week workshop. It's going to be free of charge, and they can learn how to get their businesses capital ready. We're not talking about going to a bank and asking for $10,000. We're talking about asking for maybe $1 million, right? So that you can scale to the next level, because most businesses are not savvy enough right now to be able to walk into a bank to ask for $1 million, right? So we have training programs that will take you through how to get your business ready so that you look attractive to these companies that want to lend out money to help you scale your business.
Right. Yeah, and I'm looking forward to getting involved in your organization as well, but I am part of a Minority Business Accelerator program that is helping with the Chamber of Commerce, that is helping me to make sure that I am financially ready for what loans that I may need and how to get them going forward.
That's good. I'm glad you said that, because people think I only interview people who are in my organization, but I do interview people who are on their way to being in the organization. But you said something that's important, Janister. Even though you're not with us, you are still working with another organization that is helping you. It is important for business owners to understand you can't do this alone, right? Businesses fail at a rate of 50%. In 5 years, 50% of businesses will be out of business, right? Because they're trying to do it alone. They're trying to use their money, their grandparents' money, auntie's money. That is not the way you grow and scale a business, right? So when there are free resources out there, or resources that might cost a nominal amount of money, tap onto them so that you can really move yourself along faster. It's just a faster way to get where you need to go. And my organization is nationwide. We provide, actually, we're international. We have chapters internationally, South Africa and Canada and China and Australia. So there are opportunities for our business owners to link up with different organizations. When I was a business owner, we were woman-owned, minority-owned, 8A certified. We were small business certified. And so you get every certification that you can so that you have those helping arms out there to help you grow. Talk to me, Janister, about things that you would have done differently? Because it hasn't been all roses. I know that, right? You're
Right.
standing up, you look good now, but what about the pitfalls that you faced as you were building your business?
Building my business. Well, my business is 4 years old. And I wish I had have stepped out a little bit sooner than I stepped out. No turning back now, but it was just a fear, that first step. I wanted to, this is a vision that I've had 15 years ago, and I've had mentors tell me to just do it, and I didn't do it. So I wish I would have stepped out a little bit sooner than I would have. So I would suggest, don't have the fear. I think once you take that step, you're gonna move forward, and even with all the challenges that may be ahead. The challenge that I have right now is more so of being an African-American female in the tech industry is still run by a lot of,
Sure.
yeah, white America. So when I step into the room, they don't know exactly how to take me at that particular time. So I'm having to really understand exactly the room that I'm in, and of course, got to make them feel comfortable with me being in the room.
Yeah. When you step in the room, somebody's going to ask you to get them a cup of coffee.
Exactly.
Right? Are you taking notes? Are you going to get the coffee? It just does not matter what your status is, what you've accomplished. When you look a certain way, they have these preconceived notions, right? And so you have to come to the table with your A game and ready. And when you open your mouth, they're like, oh, okay, she's not getting the coffee, right?
Exactly. Yeah, don't get me wrong. I've met some really nice people out there, and they're willing to help. But those one or two, sometimes they scream the loudest, they talk the loudest. So I have to make sure that I am prepared for those folks. So yes, I have to be 110% ready with the skill set that I have to bring to the table at all times.
So you didn't start soon enough, but you had mentors, right? So those mentors helped you to walk out and take that leap. Talk to us about the importance of having a mentor.
Oh, wow. A mentor can help you. They're a sounding board. They can help you redirect. They can motivate you. For me, mentors goes back and forth. I learned for my mentees. I learned as a mentor. So I think it's just very important just to have somebody there to guide you, to listen to you, and make sure that you're going in the right direction.
That's good. Well, I tell people you need a mentor, right? But you also need a board of directors.
Yes.
So I heard you say you have an. So to me, a personal board of directors is just that. You have your accountant, you have your lawyer, you have your business trainer, right? You have a young person, an older person, just to give you wisdom, their wisdom, the older person, the younger person, to keep you current, right? You need a technology person.
Yes.
So do you have a board of directors?
I do. And they're really close friends of mine. So they tell me what I don't want to hear a lot of times, and they'll guide me in my direction. Yes. So I have a lot of allies that I, keep very close and dear to my heart. And hopefully they do the same for me, to know that, whatever they're saying, it's just pivoting me in the right direction.
That's good. That's good. I also tell people that your board of directors needs to be diverse. Right. So they can't all look like you. They can't all think like you. So I'm glad you said that your board of directors challenges you, right? Because you don't want somebody to say, oh, no, that looks good. That looks good.
Yeah, exactly.
And it doesn't really look good, right? Because they just don't want to make you feel bad. But you do need those people who are going to challenge you. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yes.
So now let me ask you this. I know it might be soon in your plan. You said you're 4 years in, but do you have an exit plan? What is your strategy moving forward?
I would like to grow my business to a point where I could sell it and be able to work only 5 hours a day or a couple of days a week. But my exit plan is to be able to, grow bigger to where I could sell it and be recognized at a larger scale, and be able to I would like to move it to someone that is just as passionate with technology that I am at this point.
So I love the fact that you said you were going to design your own software. My neighbor designed Norton Utilities, right? And he said, when I talked to him about it, he says, I took my last $30,000 and created the software, right? And then, eventually he sold it, right? So, having that software behind you could, end up being that thing. You might sell your business, but yet the software is bringing in revenue, or you sell the software to someone else and it catapults you to the next level. But when you're a person who thinks like you do, there's always another business around the horizon, right? So even if you grow this one, right, and you sell it, there's another opportunity. But business owners, as part of your business plan, you should have that board of directors. You should have that strategy in place. But part of that strategy should include, what am I going to do with this business in the year? We ended up selling our business, right? The person who started the company, she ended up selling the business, and now she's into something completely different, right? So you got to have that strategy. I want to go back to favorite stories, right? So you told me one story about how you're helping a customer. Tell me one more story. Tell me your favorite story of a solution that you provided for a customer.
Solution that I provide. Oh gosh, it's been so many. Which one do I want to go to? Probably it was an e-commerce solution where they didn't have a lot of presence online. One, they were small, didn't think that they could actually do it. So I provided it was a nonprofit, again, a nonprofit that I provided some online, it was a silent auction that I did. So I provided some information that I can actually give them. It was during the 2020 when we were in the pandemic. So they weren't able to fundraise on a normal, dinner, gala, luncheon. So we created an online presence for them. So they were able to continue to raise money to be able to continue their operations at that particular time.
Okay. And so where did you take them from? Were their fundraising efforts much lower before you started?
They were much lower, and I really had to change their mindset as well, because the goal that they actually had was very low. And I was like, just with the technology that was in place, they were able to raise that goal at that time they doubled their fundraising goal, their initial goal. We were in the middle of the duration of the auction, and I was like, you actually met your goal in 2 days. So, or at least I saw that they were going to meet it within a few days of starting. So I told them, well, we needed to up the goal, and they actually did. And so now we're about 4 years in, and they are very pleased, and they're able to give more scholarships out every year.
Excellent success story. Yes. So, I try to tell people that sometimes the same amount of energy that you expend to get, let's just say $100, you can expend that same amount of energy and get $500 if you use the technology, if you have the proper planning in place. So, technology can really help catapult our businesses to the next level.
Correct. Yes, that is true. That is true. And efficiency, streamlining the process, reaching more people with technology, you're needing that to be able to grow your business.
So technology is changing at the speed of light, right? So how do you keep up, Janister? Do you go through for more certifications? I know you have your project manager certification.
Yes. Yes.
But what other certifications how do you keep current with all this that's going on? Because tomorrow's is not going to look like today.
Right. Well, I'm always online reading a lot. Technology is my reading when I go to bed at night. So just engross myself into the technology, and there's learning platforms that I can do very simple. LinkedIn has a learning center that I can read an article and get up to date pretty quick on exactly the new technology is out there. But I do a lot of networking with people that have skill sets that I may not have. So I learn from them as well. So I'm constantly talking, networking with folks that I can, gain some perspective of where technology is going and being able to share and collaborate. And I'm usually learning on a day-to-day basis, just where technology is going. And that's where the passion comes from, because sometimes I feel like I'm still a novice in technology because it's changing so much.
Rapidly.
And, it's changing so much. And just having to stay abreast of where that is, that's a day-to-day challenge.
That's good. So our viewers, I hope you heard that, right? I hope you took note that you have to be a continuous learner, especially with AI. I mean, they say that we're moving at the speed of light. And so what happened yesterday, how you solved the solution yesterday is not how it's going to be solved tomorrow. And I tell my business owners that a real way to secure a foothold in the supply chain is to get involved at the innovation level. When you start and you meet companies at the innovation door, then you find and build solutions and place yourself into the supply chain, right? So that you've got to, when you call up a company, and let's talk about that. When you call up a company, you don't say, "Hi, I'm Janister. I'm a woman-owned, minority-owned company," right? You call up and what do you say? You talk to them about the solutions that you can provide. Talk about that.
Right. Well, a lot of times, yes, I don't, divulge, minority business or anything like that. I just really just start a conversation like we're having now and just asking them how business is going. And a lot of times they're willing to, tell me how business is going. And then you can actually start the conversation and start asking more questions to understand exactly where their challenges are. And then it's a fine line when it comes to consulting with doing that, because you don't want to give your full solution away before they sign on the dotted line with that contract. But just being able to talk with them, understand their challenges that they're going through. And then there's a trust process that you're building as well when you're talking with them, so they can trust that you have the knowledge to be able to help their business grow and to scale.
Yeah. You have to build that relationship. Absolutely.
Yes.
But I find that when you can solve the problem of what keeps them up at night, when your business interaction with them helps them to make money, right? And they're seeing that they're doing better with you than they would with another solution. That's when you lock yourself in and you become golden.
Exactly. And that takes some time for that to happen, because you do need to get more information about the business to help them to understand exactly. And my business does customize to organizations as well. We don't just pull, a software off the shelf and implement it. Most of the time it is customizable to that particular customer.
And that makes you more unique, right? The fact that you customize, because anybody can go get an off-the-shelf product, right?
Exactly.
But if you customize it based on what they need, and then you're there to train them as well, right?
Yeah, I am. I'm there to train them. And when I worked in an organization, the difference now is that I get to see the results of what I've implemented for that customer, because I do implement key performance indicators, so the customer can actually see the performance that they're having from the beginning before the product was implemented to afterwards. So they will be able to see exactly the results. So hopefully I can continue to work with them for years to come. So I'm trying to, yes.
Excellent. So you're based in Charleston, but your reach is global, correct?
That is correct. Yes, it's global. I could be anywhere.
Okay, that's the beauty of technology today. You can be anywhere at any moment, right? You can hang up with me and be in Japan in a few moments, right?
Exactly.
On the telephone. So excellent. Talk to our viewers, share our viewers. I need you to read out your website. So because we have people who are listening in, we have people who can see us, but I want you to share your website so people can go there and get help if needed.
Okay, www.essencetechconsulting.com.
Good. And a good customer for you, one more time, who is a great customer for you?
A great customer for me would be a small to medium-sized company that needs to be connected with the gaps that they're having and need to fill those with a technology solution. I usually try to do customers that are that may have a project that's on already that's already in progress, maybe failing because of over budget or they're off track with their schedule. And I would be able to come in and look at the overall process and snap it back, get back into alignment pretty quickly, so they can have that process in place, project in place, so they can continue their business.
So if a customer were to call you tomorrow,
Yes.
what would your process be? What would the steps be that you take them through?
We would go through a discovery call, so we can understand exactly, I can get a clear understanding what their needs are.
And there's no cost for the discovery call, right?
No cost for the discovery call. And then after the discovery call, I will write up a statement of work for you that will identify exactly what the opportunity is. I will provide a brief solution as to what I would provide, and then it will be a cost that would be added to that. Then we'll go back into discussion as to exactly what they would need. A lot of, sometimes the budget may not be there at the time, but I will work with you with a la carte. Maybe you can come in if there's 4 different things that you need to take care of. We may just come in with the first one at that particular time and work with you as needed to ensure that you have what you need. I really stress quality with everything that I do. So I will definitely work as immensely as possible to ensure that that quality is there after that project is completed.
Excellent. Now, have you ever helped a client write a grant to be able to afford your services?
No, but that is on my things to do list.
Okay.
To be able to do that at this time. Yes.
Good. Yeah. So everyone listening, you should reach out because you don't know whether or not you can afford it, but more than likely you can't. You can't operate blindly, right? So you need to have some type of technological evaluation for your businesses so that you can operate more efficiently. So make that call or make that email. Go to the website that Janista provided. One more time, your website, Janista.
www.essencetechconsulting.com.
Great. We're going to put that out there. And so we'll end with where we started. If someone wants to help out the young ladies that you're passionate about helping, is there a nonprofit that you want them to go to? Is there a website there?
It's Pace Center for Girls.
Okay.
There's one located in Tampa, Florida, as well as Jacksonville, Florida.
Pace, P-A-C-E, Center for Girls.
P-A-C-E, yes, Pace Center for Girls, yes.
Okay, great. Well, we're looking for Miss Barbara to come back to close us out, but it has been a pleasure having you here, Janista, to learn more about your work, what you do with Essence, and how you help businesses to grow. My organization, CVMSDC, again, is a nationwide organization. We have global offices, and we are here to help businesses to grow as well, but in a different light, right? So we help businesses like Janista to grow and connect with major corporations throughout the country. We do 4 things. We certify that you are an ethnic minority-owned business. We help develop you. We have developmental programs to put you through. We help connect you. We have large connecting events. We have one coming up August 3rd through 5th in Charleston, South Carolina. Is our largest event of the year. And so we'll put that information out there. And then we advocate for you. If you watch the commercial coming in, we talked about how you learn how to work on your business versus in your business. That's what we do. We teach you how to do that so that you can scale to be able to grow your business and serve others. And what ends up happening with that is that we strengthen the economy. As Janista's business grows, she's able to hire other people. And when she hires other people, they're able to put their kids through college, pay taxes, buy houses, and all in all, it strengthens the economy. So that's why we do the work that we do, to make sure that we are growing the economy, that we're helping others to achieve. As Janista said, she gives back. She reaches back to help young girls. We reach to help businesses, to help young entrepreneurs so that they can grow and scale. So with that, Ms. Tamika, how are you today?
Good morning, ladies, and thank you so much for that wonderful presentation that you gave, Ms. Janista.
Thank you.
Very valuable. Very valuable and very helpful. And thank you to Dominique as well. That was wonderful. And I just wanted to say thank you for having you both on. And remember that Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Genius is common, and we will see you on the other side. Thank you so much. Thank you, Janister.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you, the marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has a power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
Hello, my name is Kiasi Helm and I'm 14 years old. I think my genius would probably have to be setting goals and achieving them. I say this because ever since I was young, I always wanted to be an author, and at age 11, I ended up achieving this. But not only did I end up becoming an author, I ended up becoming a public speaker, a publisher, a business owner, all these great things. The name of my business is Written by Kids Publishing Company. I decided to start this company because I thought it was important for me to help kids my age express themselves through literacy and just achieve their own goals. Because to me, achieving goals is the best thing in the world to feel. It's you just achieving things and aspirations that you set for yourself. And I know that everybody is capable of this because even if you don't end up achieving the goal, you still tried your best, and that's the most important thing. And everybody is capable of this because genius is common. Thank you.
I was born and raised in southeastern West Virginia, the coal fields. My father was an AME minister. For me, I was very fortunate. Even though I grew up in the segregated South, I was surrounded by flourishing Black businesses, doctors, lawyers, bankers, dentists. They were all there and they were all successful. And I guess that's part of my dream, is to see that success come back. My name is Joseph Simmons, and I am the founder of the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial Training. We have this moment in time where we can change the trajectory of people. And our focus is on women, Black and brown entrepreneurs, and their access to capital, their ability to build thriving businesses, the ability to employ people. There's a study that showed that in those three communities, especially Black and brown communities, $1 stays in those communities for 30 minutes. In white community, $1 stays in their communities for 8 hours. So think about it. For you in a Black or brown community to get gas, to get food, to go to a restaurant, you've got to leave your community, take those dollars out of that community and take it to another community that's already being well served. So if we can reverse that, if we can go from 30 minutes to an hour to 2 hours, that's progress. That's what we need to do. I was with SCORE, and then in May of 2020, of course, the events happened in regards to the murder of George Floyd. The other thing that I was experiencing was the denials of federal funds for small businesses. And it revolved around one thing. These businesses were not being prepared for grants and for government programs. And I came up with the idea for the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial based off those two things. Morgan Stanley had a report out in 2020, first quarter, and it talked about there were 3 groups that were massively devastated by COVID-19 on their business. That was 1, women, number 2, Black, and number 3, brown entrepreneurs. The research showed that they had less cash on hand, they had less opportunity to go into a bank and get money, and they were very dependent on family and friends to keep their business up and running. If we can focus on those 3 groups, then we can have a dramatic impact on our communities. Really, the focus is on 3 areas. And those 3 areas are 1, the people, number 2, the courses, and number 3, a support network. Here at CMAT, we will provide you with the fundamentals for generational success. And you will be creating a vibrant community by attending our 5-day immersive training course.
My name is Katie Bennett, and I own Lexicon Presents Publishing. We are a publishing and media company that helps you take your story and share it with the world. You know, for a while, I just had my family telling me to just hang it up, get over it, you know, and I had no support. And it was in your program that I really understood the necessity for having that help, having that support. And so now I actually feel like a CEO as we scale, as our clientele changes, as my company is opening doors for other people to, you know, take care of their families. It's just completely changed from just a mom who was publishing books. I was at a point where my job, although it was paying really well, wasn't enough. And my business was always in the red. And I was tired of it. And so I came in just hoping to get some sort of help to just not end up in the red every month. Ooh, wow. Okay, so there was one in particular, I cannot remember his name, but he asked me, he said, why are you in business? And I told him that I wanted to make a difference and I want to help my community. And he let me ramble on for a while. And then when I was done, he was like, okay, all of those things are great. They make you a humanitarian, not a business owner. And he was the one who told me, he's like, you know, you have this great service and you're offering it at like a great value price. So to someone like myself, we don't know that we're going to get the value of what you're actually bringing. And so that gave me the confidence I needed to raise my price. It gave me the confidence to go after my actual client that I actually prefer to work with. And it really just changed everything for me. I don't think without him kind of giving me that push, I don't think I would have gotten to this point or position. Wow, the benefits is just having a coach that holds you accountable. They set goals with you. That's been my favorite part. She has amazing experience, you know, and so she brings her strategies and her ideas, and she helped me narrow down, what services I actually wanted to offer, how I could actually continue to offer it, how many clients at one time could I have. All of the information that she's given has just really transformed my entire company. And so I know I would have never gotten to where I am today and having some of these partnerships that I'm, having now without her help. You're going to get information that you're not going to find on YouTube. You actually take the time to strategically give us the information, then give us time to actually apply it. I would also say that so that you're not just out on a ledge alone trying to figure this out. Like, you deserve to be in a community with other people who also want to grow their business. And then finally, the biggest thing I think I took away from CMET was that I had a whole office in Longwood, I still do, and at the time I had not paid my business tax receipt. I didn't know that was something you had to do. So that was like one of the first couple days of information. And I'm like, oh my gosh, let me go get that together right now. So I'm really glad that, CMET was there for myself. And anybody else who has the opportunity, they need to do it.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million+ women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Jamila Burrell. I am your business moderator for this session on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about businesses. We will be having a fireside chat with Dr. Joseph Simmons and Keedy Burnett. Dr. Joseph Simmons is a retired pharmaceutical executive located in Orlando, Florida. Joseph started his sales career with Baxter Corporation, Johnson & Johnson, and Sunrise Medical, where he was promoted to an executive level position. He went on to Noel Abbott and Novartis Pharmaceuticals in several management positions. Joseph has founded the Center for Micro Entrepreneur Training, a nonprofit organization, in May 2020. And Keedy Burnett is the best-selling author of the Charge It to the Game series and the powerhouse behind Lexicon Presents Publishing. After turning her own rejection into a literary and business triumph, she built a company that helps writers turn pain into purpose through storytelling. Today, Lexicon Presents is known for empowering first-time authors, visionaries, and survivors to write, publish, and profit from their truth. I present to you Dr. Joseph Simmons and Keedy Burnett.
There she is. Good morning, Katie. How you doing?
I'm wonderful.
Welcome. I want to let you guys know that genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Burrell. You know, I had to smile, Katie, when I don't know if you saw the previous commercial, but there was this young lady and she was talking about being a writer and getting literacy. And I immediately thought about you and your publishing company and what you're doing. So let's just start at the beginning. Give us a little bit of background on, you know, where you started and we'll kind of go from there.
Absolutely. I did see her video. It brought a big smile to my face.
Me too.
Yeah, just because, you know, I remember being her age and wanting to write books. And because my family were originally from Honduras, and being the oldest daughter in that dynamic, there's literally a trajectory that you're supposed to take. You're either a doctor, a lawyer, or a disgrace to the family. And so like those are your choices. And I just knew I wanted to write books, and everyone told me that there was no money in it. And so it was after I had my daughter. She was about 2 years old, and I wanted to just tell my story. So I decided I was going to write the story that I had in my heart, and I was going to pitch it to some of the big traditional publishers. And I spent a solid year just pitching it and doing my best to see who would pick it up and help me tell it. And I got either no responses or no's. And the first person who told me yes, they wanted me to change the core message of my story. And there is a sense of activism behind all of the drama. And they didn't want the main character to be Afro-Latina. They wanted her to either be Black or Spanish. They said there wasn't a market, for the story I wanted to tell. And so that's when I was like, I can either do what I've been doing all of my life, which is trying to fit into one box, or I can create the platform and the avenue that I wish existed when I was growing up. And so that's what I did.
Oh, wow. That's fantastic. Now, you said were you born in Honduras and then migrated to the U.S.?
Yes. We came here when I was about 9 months old.
Okay. So Orlando has been your home for how long?
We moved here when I was about 5. And so it's really all I remember, all I know.
Oh, so help me understand now. So you have this passion for books and reading. How did that start, from your mom and dad or the environment? How did that come about?
Oh, yeah. So my dad, and I just have to specify this because I do tell my whole story, but the man who I acknowledge as my dad and my father, he's my stepfather. So I just want to clear that up. Okay. But my dad, he was really big on just making sure that we were well educated. He helped send us to some of the best schools in the nation. And so it was just one of those things that he saw that I loved books and he fed into it. So when people would come around selling encyclopedias, my dad was buying it because he knew I was reading.
Katie, you're not that old to be encyclopedia. That's my generation. Come on.
He knew I was going to read it. I used to go to the library with an empty backpack and just take as many books as they would let me take at a time. And so he fed into that, and we bonded through, he would have me read, the newspaper, and then we would discuss what I read. And so he really helped and really fed into that creative way of thinking for me, and let me know that I could, he was really the only one who let me know that I could do whatever I wanted to do, even if there wasn't a market for it.
Now, Katie, did you have a preference for fiction or nonfiction at that time?
At the time, I preferred fiction, and it's just always been my thing. But I love learning. So in addition to the fact that I loved fiction books, my family would gift me books like 500 random facts about anything. And it would just be all types of random facts, from music to literature. And so they just kept feeding this love of learning. I think my mom thought with the love of reading and writing, I was for sure going into the attorney route. So they just kept feeding into it.
They wanted you to fall in one of those two buckets, not that third bucket, correct?
Right. No.
Well, let me ask you this. Give me your top 5 books.
Top 5 books. Favorite book of all time is The Alchemist. He is just my favorite author. I love Leaders Eat Last. Simon Sinek is one of my favorite authors. I love a collection of anthologies by Zane. She just really pulls something out of me. I also love Paulo Coelho is my favorite. He has another one called Brita. That was an amazing book. It's a fiction story. And then I'm going to say a book that people don't usually like to hear, but I'll say The 48 Laws of Power. It really helped open my eyes to how repetitive certain things are. And if we're not paying attention to the small details, we're bound to repeat certain things. So
yes, most definitely. So you have this passion for reading, this passion for books. When did that light become something? Hey, I want to start a business, or I want to develop a publishing business. When did that occur?
So after I had my first child, I suffered tremendously. It was like I didn't know who I was. I was in this really unhealthy relationship. And so I started getting into therapy. And during this, I discovered I had postpartum depression. And my therapist at the time, who was really more about holistic healing, she said, it seems like you do best when you're writing. And these last 2 years, you haven't been writing anything. And so it was just part of my healing journey to just start writing a page a day. I didn't know what I was doing. This was before you can go on YouTube or Instagram and people were throwing their courses at you. And I said, fine, I'll start writing, and I'll pull out the things that they taught me in elementary school. I took out the web and I said, I'm going to use this web for everything, for my character development, for the scene, and for the whole story. And just writing one page a day is how I ended up getting back into falling in love with writing. And that's how I wrote my first manuscript. And then once I do something once, it's like my motto, once I do it once, that's all I need. So I wrote my first manuscript, and I was like, I can continue doing this. I just have to figure things out now.
So now at this time, as you're writing, you're putting together your manuscript, did you have a mentor or someone to kind of say, oh, you did it all? Wow.
Not at all. As a matter of fact, this is what's so amazing. I always like to bring them up in conversation because I was working for a big bank at the time.
Okay.
And I'll never forget, I'd gotten laid off because just between the postpartum depression and my daughter having some challenges with childcare, I got laid off. And so I actually had to walk to a local fast food restaurant to use their Wi-Fi because I didn't even have Wi-Fi at home. And I'm like, I should be looking for a job. I should be doing this. But I was determined to tell my story and use that as an opportunity to catapult me into a new career. And so I used that opportunity with collecting unemployment for a little while. And I said, we're going to be uncomfortable and we're just going to figure it out. And that's what I did. And without a mentor, I fought fear by myself, because writing a book is not easy at all. And I fought fear by myself, and I just kept pushing because I had this little girl who was looking at me, and I shared my dreams with her. And it's like when you tell a child your dream, they will hold you to it. So
wow,
every day, even when I didn't feel like writing, she's like, come on, Mom, we've got to get down there so you can start writing.
Well, you know what, Katie, you are a star. Every time I'm approached by Dr. Kelly about doing the Black Business Network, he always brings up your name and talk, you got to have Katie on, you got to have Katie on. So we have you here. And so as we talk about, all right, so you do your manuscript. Now talk us through the process. Okay, you go through, how do you get it published? How do you finally get your series published? How does that come about?
So I did the manuscript, and this again is before I knew that most publishers, they want you to submit a query letter. You have to give a breakdown of the characters, a breakdown of each chapter, and a breakdown of basically where the book is going. So I cried at 2:00 in the morning, like, yes, my manuscript is done. All of the hard work is behind me. And then I wake up the next morning, we head to the library, and I'm checking all of these websites for their requirements. And I'm like, oh no, I still have a lot of work to do. So I had to work backwards and get the query letter and the information that they were wanting. And I just started sending them off, and just silently praying and hoping that somebody would pick it up and somebody would want it. And I knew it was going to be a long time to hear anything back. So
what is that time lag, Katie, in regards to you send a letter out to you hear either yay or nay?
Well, this was old school. So it was like most people were telling you to at least wait about a year to hear anything. Because you're sending out these huge manuscripts.
And they got to read them
to people. Yeah. So it's like either they're going to tell you yes, or they may not say anything. And so a lot of them didn't say anything. If they did say no, it was just it wasn't something that they were looking for or part of what they usually do. And so I said, I'll just work this next year and write the next part of the series. And so that's why when I finally did get a yes, and he wanted me to change a core part of the story, I'm like, I'm already almost done with part 2. Like, I can't do that.
Trains left the station.
Literally. Yep. That's it.
All right. So you have this series. Then all of a sudden, how do you go from that transition to now you start your publishing company? Tell us about that journey.
So a lot of things happened in between there. I have this conversation with them. They tell me that, I have to change the main character. And I just dig deep into a conversation I had with my dad. And I'm like, nope, I'm not going to do it. I'm going to hold true. At first, I'm not going to lie to you, because it's hard. Your dreams are in front of you. And you're like, I don't know if I'll ever be presented with this opportunity again. So I remember telling him, I said, can I have until Thursday, before I officially just said no. And he was like, yeah, sure. Take all the time you need. He calls me back the day before I was supposed to call him, offering more money. And so I'm like, oh, they must really like my story. Maybe they'll negotiate with me. But they were still pretty firm on the changes that they wanted me to make. And then I think it was just the combination of them offering me more money and the fact that he seemed tenacious to still want to publish the story.
Right.
That I said, okay, I think I've got enough here to do this on my own. And that's when I decided I'll start my business by myself. And I went and I filed with the state. I still had no idea what I was doing at this time. I just was like, okay, let me file it, get some paperwork, make it official. And it was a beautiful thing that I did that, honestly, at the time, because shortly afterwards, I start getting recognition. This book becomes a bestseller. And, my trauma comes up. And I say my trauma comes up because I meet this man, who's promising all types of glitz and glams and making life easy for a single mom. And I took that route, and it kind of slowed me down for about 6 or 7 years in my business.
Really? That long?
That long. I had people coming to me wanting to turn.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think we've had internet connection problems. I saw the circling, but we'll continue with our interview with Katie as soon as she gets back. Ms. Burrell, you want to come back?
So what is your favorite book, Dr. Joseph?
Why Should White Guys Have All the Fun by Reginald Lewis.
Wow. So what is that book about?
It's about, if you're not familiar with Reginald Lewis is an entrepreneur. He is the first Black man to ever acquire a company over $1 billion. He acquired Beatrice Foods. Wow. So it's really something that has always been kind of a standard for me. As you saw my video, I was raised in the segregated South, and my father was involved in politics. And one of the things that I got to know about certain people like a Vernon Jordan, Ron Brown, or Reginald Lewis is that they were entrepreneurs, they're business people, and they understand the value of money and how to transition money into power. And so that's my favorite book, along with the autobiography of Malcolm X. Those are my two favorite books that I always have, and I give to young people. So if you're going to read a book, read those too, because Malcolm X was very much disciplined and he understood execution. And that's something, as you go through the business world, those are the two characteristics that you really have to kind of fall into, is that you have to be disciplined. Discipline leads and helps you to prepare and have success.
That is so true. Discipline.
There she is.
Discipline.
You guys are quick. I love it.
No, but you were saying about the situation you're in with with someone that you were involved in. And so kind of continue with that story.
Yeah. And so I thought I was going to be able to have it all, the dream of marriage and chase my dreams. And it was a very unhealthy situation. And so I just remember, I'm going to choose myself. And that's what I did. After I had my third baby, I said, enough is enough. And I was out of there. And so now as a single mom, who my children were used to me being at home, being at recitals, being everywhere at any time. Right. And so I said, okay, I need to be able to still do that for my children. That was really important for me. And so I dusted off my business documents and I'm like, it's time to go. We've got to bring this out. And shortly after I made that decision is when I met you and became a part of CMET, and everything changed after that.
How so when you say everything changed in regards to what did CMET had a part in that, or help kind of elaborate a little bit on that?
A part? Are you joking me? Oh my gosh. I mean, besides my father and my loyal fans who had already been reading Charge It to the Game, I have a lot of self-doubt, a lot of, like, am I making a mistake? Am I doing things wrong? So there's a lot of, self that gets in the way naturally. But then adding to that component of, I don't know anybody in the publishing realm that I can get full knowledge from. I was a single mom. I didn't have the money to go invest in a coach who could walk me through those things. And so at the time I was working for a big firm, and I used my paid time off, and I was like, I need a vacation, but here it was, you were offering 5 days. And I think it was like 5 full 8-hour days. And
yes,
so
8 to 4. Yeah, you know the routine, Katie.
Yeah. Right. And so I was like, I'll just use my paid time off, and hopefully this is worth it, because that was the only thing I had around to invest at the time, was my time. And so I think from that first meeting, I believe it was you who said something about women like me and who look like me, and how we don't get to touch 6 figures in our business. You presented a statistic, and that harsh reality of sometimes we treat our business as our baby.
Yeah.
And that got me to reflect in such a different way, and to start seeing things like, I can't do this how I do my babies, because with my babies, no one can tell me anything about how to raise them. Right. You can't help me. I got this.
Right.
And so when you said that, I accepted that. And I was like, wow, I have high hopes and high dreams. And by this time I had clients who had bigger dreams than even I did at the time. And I was like, I need a lot more help than what I can do by myself. And so you gave me the language through CMET, the language and the education to feel like a CEO. And then the GAP program, just like, it was like training day, like training ground. Let's make you a CEO.
Explain to the audience what the Growth Accelerator program is.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So it's pretty much just a program where you get a coach one-on-one that you get to work with. And there is nothing that you will need that you don't have access to. Like, I needed an attorney to help make sure that my documents were correctly drafted. You guys helped with that. Like, there was nothing that I could complain about that you guys didn't immediately have a solution for. So I had, I don't know if you've seen it or not, but I did a post with a new client, and we posted about a conversation she was having with Miss Savola, who was my coach for the GAP program.
Savola Frazier.
Yes. And so it's like I'm in a room with a lot of boss women who know her, and they're like, oh my God, she's such a coach, and that's who was literally on my neck for several check-ins in a month.
But Katie, every time I participate in the Black Business Network routinely, and one of the things I want you to talk to the entrepreneurs about that you say in the video is that I think it was either Austin Tennett or Lionel Mosley that put you through the questions, and they said you're a humanitarian and you really have to change your mindset to an entrepreneur. Mm-hmm. Speak to that if you could.
Absolutely. So I think because I never had anyone to teach me pricing models, right? No one taught me to charge your worth. And at the time, if I was honest, I was still very much struggling with identifying what my worth was. Right. I was still healing and all that other stuff. And so for me, it was like I was giving my services and my time away. And it was just to say that I think that I had clients, that I was growing. And it's because publishing was so hard for me. I didn't want it to be hard for someone else. Mm. And so that's when I was like, okay, I'll make my services affordable. And then when I explained to him what my goals were, what my dreams and aspirations were through creating this company, he helped me to put it into perspective that like all of the things that I want to do, I can do when I have the money to write the checks. I need the money to be able to make those things happen. And so that really just shifted my mindset and just recognizing that I can still do things to help the community. Right. That's why Lexicon, we went and one of our first programs, which kind of walks you through idea to print, we just made it free and we put it on YouTube,
Wow.
And it's like, there's the information. That's how you do it. I literally walk you through how to do certain processes. But if you want to work with me, it's going to cost. And I needed him to give me that push.
Excellent, Katie. As you look as your business now has been flourishing, what are some of the rewards that keeps that smile on your face to say, you know what, I'm in the right place and I really enjoy what I'm doing?
I think the biggest reward is my freedom. And that was one of the things he said when he was talking about it, and he explained, like, I'm working for my freedom so that I can do the things I actively enjoy. So when people in the community reach out and they want me to attend a fundraising event, I have the time because I'm not holed up in my office just trying to work to prove something to someone, And so it's my freedom. It is watching my children argue who's going to wear the crown next.
Well, that brings up a question. One of the segment before us, they talked about exit strategy, succession planning. You're in a great situation that your first daughter saw your maturation of your business, right? Mm-hmm. Now, does she have that in her DNA? Say, you know what, Mom, I'd like to take over the business at some point in time.
She talks about it. She only really talks about it when her brother, who's the second one, he comes in and he's like, I don't need to go to college. I'm just going to work for my mom. That's his That's his thing. That's what he likes to tell people. And I'm like, no, the people who are going to work with me have gone to college. So, but it's not until he starts sharing his goals and his visions and what he sees for the company. And I'm like, you know what? Actually, we can start implementing some of these ideas now. It's when those things happen.
Really? I mean, he's giving you certain. Oh, wow.
Oh,
How
yeah.
old is he?
Oh, yeah. It's like when my son, he's 8. He's got so many just wonderful ideas. And so actually something that we're doing for a client now was an idea he started. And so, right. And so I think it's when she sees him kind of stepping into that role. And it's like, wait a minute, I'm supposed to have first dibs here. I think that's when she, changes her mind.
But Katie, that's such a beautiful thing because, when we talk about dynastic wealth, we talk about 3 consecutive generations of wealth. So you're the first generation, your son and daughter can be that second generation, but also it seems like because they are sitting there watching you and observing you, it's kind of like, now they've got expectations. And that is so important. I was listening to a podcast and he passed away, but it's Dick Parsons from American Express and the Clippers. And he said something, as a child, I was given expectations. My expectations were to do this. And that's so beautiful what you just said about your kids, because they now have expectations of, you know what, mom's business is going to be very, very strong. I'm going to take the baton and take it to another level.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I hope that they don't feel the heaviness of it. My son doesn't seem to find it any heaviness. He thinks it's really cool that mom gets to travel and, gets to kind of be a voice to people who don't have the same gift that I have. And so, and then to see that a lot of it is calling the shots and, he always jokes. He's like, I want to be like you and not have to work so much. And I'm like, you have no idea how much work I put in to get to this position. So, I think he sees all of just what has been built over time. And to them, it probably looks like it was easy. But my daughter, who was literally sitting in every meeting, she knew it took a lot of time and effort to get here. So because of that, I think sometimes that's why she's like, I don't know. It's still a lot of work.
Yeah. And that is a balance, because I know, from my past career, you'd have people to say, you know what, I want to be a manager. I want to be an executive. But they say, Joe, I don't want to put in those hours. I know you send out emails at 5 o'clock in the morning, at 9 o'clock at night. I don't want to do that. And I said, well, you can't avoid it. If you're going to be successful, it's what you do before 8 and what you do after 8.
Absolutely. That's the difference. Most people don't want to work, they go into entrepreneurship because they don't want to work 40 hours, having no idea that it took a long time and a lot of strategy to even get me down under 40 hours, because I was working 80 hours some weeks in the very beginning.
Well, Katie, you open up a door. What advice would you give aspiring entrepreneurs as they start their journey?
I would absolutely encourage everybody to get a mentor. Like, you cannot do this without the knowledge and the education. Definitely, if you have the opportunity to start with CMET, please do that for yourself. I think coming in and having that knowledge, having the understanding, having those assignments that you guys gave us, those little things that needed to just be in our business portfolio, I would definitely say start there, and also do some research. I remember just feeling like what I wanted to do was enough by itself. And sometimes there might be people already doing it, like the young lady, Written by Kids Publishing Company. We're crafting components to try to help children get published. And now watching her commercial, I'm like, there's somebody already doing it, So do your research, because sometimes, and it's a surprise, people will actually come in and they'll help you more often than we realize. People want to help you get to that next level.
Katie, you're absolutely right about that. I always tell entrepreneurs that if you just simply say these words, I need help, people are, and they will bend over backwards to say, I might not know how to do it, but I'll put you in contact with this person to assist you.
Absolutely. Can I tell you this too? I tell my business besties, my CEO friends, I tell them that you are like Charlie from Charlie's Angels for me, because I remember you saying that, and you're like, you know what's wrong with your generation? You guys don't know how to pick up the phone and say you need help. And so after you said that, I was like, you know what? I'm going to pick up the phone and tell them I need help. And when I sent you, what I sent you telling you that I needed some help for stuff, you would call or text or email, and it wouldn't be much information. It'll be like, call this person, call this number, this time, this date, whatever, just very general information. But it always led to contracts or connections. So I tell people, you're like Charlie from Charlie's Angels. I get that call or that notification and I'm taking it.
I forget who the guy is. We really got to look that up. But the other question I want to ask you is that as you look into publishing business, with AI, this cloud that's hovering over us all in regards to innovation, how has that impacted your business, or do you see it having an impact on the publishing business?
Oh, it hasn't, because let me tell you, the reason it hasn't impacted me is because, my team and I, we paid for that pro model, and we're like, let's just see what it can do. And even with a lot of guidance and teaching and whatever, there's still a lot of repetitiveness, a lot of the fact that you can tell it's an AI model.
Right.
And so I still get the clients who will do their whole thing through AI, and they're like, it just doesn't feel like I need it to feel. And so they'll give me the skeleton and they'll still pay me to just do my part and make it more human.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they'll craft. So Katie, they'll craft out something AI generated, send it to you, and then you make it human.
I give that touch that, make it sound like it's more like them and less like them using AI.
Wow. So do you interview them to get their voice to kind of get okay?
We do, yeah. So depending on the project, what they're looking for, we just block out times where we just do the interview either via Zoom. I have some clients that prefer me to be with them in person. And so if I show up in person, I just have two little microphones. One will be my phone and an old school journalist, recorder. And we'll use that to, use the things that you would usually use in conversation. Because our goal is that when, someone who knows you picks up your book, I want them to think you wrote every page.
Okay. I still remember the phone call you called me. You said, Joe, guess what? I'm hiring my first employee. How's that going?
We went through that.
Let me grab both sides of my chair. Okay.
You know what's so crazy? Using my coach, Mr. Vola, because there was the issues and problems and things that I was having an issue with at the time. And it didn't go the way that I had hoped. But it was definitely a learning experience. Because
how so? Because one of the things we talk about is you want to be able to scale your business. Scale meaning get employees and develop all that. What was your learnings from that, Katie?
It's so crazy because I'm actually talking about this in the book that I'm writing now.
Oh, okay.
But a lot of it came from me choosing people that were in close proximity to me. I gave people titles, and I think I said this at a meeting that we had once. I gave someone a title who didn't apply for it, who didn't own it, who didn't deserve it in a sense. But I gave it to them because I thought from what I had seen about them that it would just work well. And it unfortunately did not. That did get me to pivot. And in the meantime, between time, what we started doing is we would just hire contractors for just small projects. But now that's one of the last things I was working with Mr. Vola, is now that my foundation is solid and we have things laid out, we're looking for interns that can come in kind of through that intern route because we have a lot of executive positions that we need filled.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it didn't stop me from the hiring process. We're just going with, more of a strategic plan now the next time we do it.
Oh, okay. That's all right. So anyone out there, you want to put an ad, just talk about your business and what you're looking for?
Oh my God, yes. So at Lexicon Presents Publishing, we not only take their ideas and create it and make that into print, but oftentimes we use those same business assets to now make something else. So for example, Don't Let the System Beat You by Dwayne Wallace. We just signed our second 6-figure contract with a school district that is licensing that material for all their students. And, you know, my motto, I only have to do it once. And so we've got a blueprint. I just need someone in sales that can come in and run that licensing to other school districts. There are other foster youth and at-risk youth that need all of the material that's in that book. And I need someone who has a strong sales background who can help add, you know, their component and to help market everything we have. So if you're looking for a sales executive position, I'm looking for you too.
How can they get in contact with you, Katie, for that sales position?
Sorry?
How can they get in contact with you for that sales position?
Oh, absolutely. They can visit our website. It's lexiconpresents.com, LEXXIKHAN presents.com. And they can use the contact us, and that'll come either to myself or to my assistant. And we would love to get a little bit more information. We're preparing everything now for the internship. We want to do that for the summer. So then that way we'll be able to communicate that with them when it's available.
Okay. Now, what's your vision for Lexicon moving forward over the next 2 to 5 years?
Oh my gosh. Okay. So let me just tell you how it's just been so amazing in the sense that this has grown so fast, so much faster than I could even imagine, to where everything that I say about this business is scary to me. But in the next 2 to 5 years, my goal is to have our full leadership position filled, and have department heads, and to be able to get to a place where we're publishing and releasing several books in a month, as opposed to only having a couple books in a year. That would be a goal of mine. And then more importantly, making sure that all of our clients, because that's important for us, is that all of our clients either hit bestseller in that specific category, or that they achieve the goals that they set out when they started working with us. So that's my goal.
Well, Katie, you've made me so proud. You know, every time I see your video, it just, you know, when I had the idea for CMET and the goals and aspirations, you're kind of that avatar, you know, that someone that has an idea, they're committed, they've got the discipline and the drive to be successful. So kudos to you. I'm really, you know, taking it to another level.
I have to give you your flowers, because the woman who is sitting here in front of you today would not be able to exist without you and the team that you curated and the program that you created, because now it's crazy, like the information that is at my fingertips. And if I don't know, I can just call you and you will direct me to someone who either has the answer or can show me where I can find the answer. And that has made me a dangerous CEO, whereas before I was just a girl publishing stories. So I think
you were a humanitarian, Katie. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you both for coming on the show. I just want to remind you that genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thanks, everybody.
The Black Business Expo mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App, that's $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo UA sponsors for May 2025. There are NC-100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporation, Genius is Coming, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, Banks Law Firm, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
Welcome to Intentionality with Dominique, the show that helps business owners.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Welcome to Intentionality with Dominique, the show that helps business owners become valued and in-demand suppliers in the marketplace to scale their businesses. Let's start today's show with host and intentional connector, Dominique Simpson-Milton.
My favorite question to ask, but what would you say is the difference between working in your business versus working on your business?
Oh my goodness, it's a mindset for sure. And prior to working with the council and working with you, I don't even know that I placed as much emphasis and importance on it. But now I understand the importance of working on the business, which is that business development, strategic planning, taking that 30,000 foot view, every 6 months and definitely at least once a year to find out what's working well, what's not, pivoting if there's a need to pivot, adding new verticals. Like that's working on the business. Working in the business is the day-to-day operations.
Right. Putting out fires in the day-to-day, responding to emails, that type of thing. And working on the business is setting a strategy based on, what's going on in your various industries. What are the trends, and making sure that you are doing the steps to stay in front of those trends.
As you grow and as you evolve. I'd say there are a couple of things to that. One is, if you are in the weeds every single day, and quite frankly, when you start a business, there's not a lot of, it's hard not to be, right? Because you're probably small when you start. There are probably not enough resources for the things that you have to do. That's normal. But as you grow and as you evolve, you start to understand that if your view is here, then you cannot gain the perspective to see all of the interrelationships and all of the opportunities and all of the strategic maneuvers that you should be doing in order to take grow your business in step functions as opposed to incremental.
Well, working in the business is doing everything. You wear all the many hats. Working on the business is finding out what hat you like and then being able to put in processes, systems, people that will help complement your skills.
Chasing the dollars, trying to make sure payroll is done. You have enough work to cover payroll and $2 or $3 in your pocket. The next thing you know, year after year, you're in a rat race. You never been trained to develop your business or to take it to another level.
As long as I can focus on where we are going, because no one else is doing that in the company, except for me. So if I can see, here's where we're going, and I need all 10 of y'all to come with me, then if we all do that together, then the business grows because everyone is focused on the thing they're supposed to be focused on.
I love that.
Yeah.
I think for a lot of business owners, particularly when you're just getting started, you're wearing multiple hats. I tell people all the time, I was always letter E, all of the above, when we used to fill in those multiple choice tests. And, you know, even now I still do a lot, but what is really great is that right now I'm in Richmond. My team back in Raleigh is handling everything. I don't have to pick up the phone. I don't have to check that email because I know that they can take on whatever is being thrown at them.
Take time to slow down in order to speed up. Invest in CVM SDC developmental programs each year to grow your business. Working in equals maintaining. Working on equals growth. Visit cvmsdc.org for more information on our development programs. Email us at info@cvmsdc.org.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African continental and country specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Jamela Burrell. I am your business moderator for this session on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about businesses. We will be hosting a fireside chat with Anita Lumpkin. Anita Lumpkin is the owner and CEO of RS Settlement Services, LLC. As a native of Hampton Roads, Anita has over 20 years of startup and corporate experience. With an in-depth analytical approach to problem management, Anita has garnered a comprehensive knowledge of the specific tools, procedures, and resources necessary for the successful management of large and diverse customer bases. I present to you Anita Lumpkin.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. How are you today?
I'm good, and yourself?
Good. So let's jump right into it. I got my pen and paper. I'm ready to hear your knowledge and your wisdom on these questions.
Okay, let's go.
Okay. You believe that business success starts with personal habits. Can you share a defining moment when you realized this?
Sure. I want to say it was maybe 6 or 7 years. I was taking a course and we had a guest speaker. And the guest speaker said something so simple, but it was so impactful. She simply said, until you are who you want to be in your personal life, you can't show up for that person in your business life. And so she kind of directed us to focus on how we do our personal routines, our everyday habits. And she said, once you develop those, that will create you or develop you into the type of person you need to be in your business world. And once I started focusing on me more so as my business, everything just started to change.
Wow. Focus on your personal habits.
Correct.
Get those right so that you can be there for others.
Well, so you can be who you need to be within your business.
Yes. So how do the habits you build in your personal life translate into professional success?
I would say by the continuating of the habits, it creates sort of a nuance of set criteria that you meet. So you're looking for goals or things that you can check off daily, which then translates into your professional world, because we know everything in our professional world is milestone and goal oriented. So you get into the mindset of daily. I want to say before 5 or 6 a.m., I've already hit 10 goals. They may be small, they may be personal, but once I get that habit of accomplishing so much in the morning, once I translate over to my business, I'm able to knock out goals. I'm able to not only achieve the goals, but I'm able to create smaller goals so that I still feel successful with when I'm working within giant projects, because we are a giant project. So the little goals that we create chip away at our giant project.
That is so true. What are the top 3 personal habits that you believe every entrepreneur or business leader should develop?
I would say accountability, giving yourself grace. And then I would say be action oriented. And when I say action oriented, either within the first 5 seconds, you know whether you're going to do something or not. Within that, when you think of it, either do it, write it down. That way you're able to get the action out there. I find being action oriented really keeps your ball moving.
That's good. Make up your mind. Action oriented. I like that. Now, how does self-discipline in daily life affect decision making and leadership in business?
When you have the self-discipline in your personal life, it makes it effortless to make hard decisions in your business life. If you wouldn't do it for yourself, it's easier to say no. It's easier to navigate because it's who you are. I wouldn't do it in my real life, so it's not going to cross over here. It really makes a difference once you align yourself personally with who you want to be, the goals, the habits. That way, it's just effortless. It's who you are.
It's who you are. So can you walk us through your personal daily routine and how it contributes to your success?
Okay. It changes over time, as all routines should. Now it's a little different. When I first was really focused on getting the routine, focused on the routine, creating those habits, I would get up maybe between 3 or 4. I would find that between 4 and 7 would be the only time where I could focus on what I needed to. No one would call. There would be no outside interaction from the world or distractions. So I chose that time frame for me personally. It's just quiet. I would wake up, exercise, read, journal, meditate, affirmations. Then I would do stuff for myself. I would handle my personal business. Oh, and I'm sorry. The first thing I do when I wake up is make my bed. I find that first goal being checked off within the first 5 seconds, that first accomplishment, jumpstarts you into your day. It gives you a sense of accomplishment, and it just gives structure when you come in and you can see that. Once I do those things, I focus on my personal life. I make sure I know what needs to be paid, what I have on my agenda for myself, what my week looks like for me. Having that peace of mind for myself really helps translate over into my business. Once I start around that 7 or 8 o'clock time frame, from then I just check emails, and then I like to do what I call a brain purge. For me, I have a lot of stuff that swirls in here, so I usually sit down at the end and I just write down everything I need to do. It might be today, it might be for the month, it might be for the week, and I just have a running log. And as I go throughout the days, I either add to it or mark it off. And that really helps get me into the mindset for my day. I was able to take care of myself mentally, physically, emotionally. I was able to take care of the actual things that maintain my life. And then I was able to give my brain a sense of relief by stop carrying so much up here and relying on what I write down.
Wow, a brain purge.
A brain purge. I do that
That's the first time I heard of that.
When I first started off, I would use giant Post-its, the ones you can stick on the wall.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
just be all around the house. And as I would think of things, I just run to the wall and write, run to the wall and write. Like if I'm starting off a business, just run to the wall and write. They'd be all up my steps. They'd be everywhere. You could just see my brain all around the room.
Wow. I think can I copy that from you? I think I'm going to take that one. Brain purge.
Brain purge.
So my next question for you is, how did you develop that routine? Because a lot of times we just do, and we never think about what we're doing. So how did you develop your routine and make yourself disciplined to that set routine?
Well, I would suggest everyone get a mentor. someone that has been successful in life. More specifically, I used a personal family member, so I didn't have to select someone that was in my industry. I just selected someone who was successful in everything they do. They had a personality similar to mine, which I noticed if I just emulated how they moved through society, it would just propel me forward. So I would suggest getting a mentor within your field, someone that's way past where you want to be and ready to give back, ready to drop down the knowledge. My mentor, I met with them every week. They started me by journaling. They started me by telling me what things they did that was successful. And some of those things that I mentioned were what they started having me do. The accountability helps in the beginning too, having someone look for you, see that you're doing things. We had lessons. My personal mentor, he wrote a journal of all the things that helped him be successful. And those are one of the things he suggests as well, creating a personal journal. So as we read, as we go through those books, jot down the things that mean something to you, the things that stick out. Because he says at the end of the day, that's what you give to the next generation. That's what you pass off. So I would say someone to guide you, someone that has the personal habits that you're looking for, someone that's in a seasoned position in their life to help assist and have the time to sit with you. Sometimes the things that would bother me or that I would complain about, I have a friend that calls them first world problems. They were able to navigate it, guide me, and then apply a habit that unbeknownst to me would rectify whatever issue I was going with. So I would say that would be the biggest help in getting you started off, someone to help guide you that's already done it to keep you accountable.
Now, what advice do you have for someone struggling to establish a productive daily routine?
Grace. A productive daily routine doesn't look the same. It doesn't have to be consistent. You just have to be consistent. I name 6 or 7 things I do in the morning. Some mornings I might get 2. Some mornings I only might get the bed done. It depends, but you have to give yourself grace. Every day is not going to be the same. And there's an affirmation I say all the time. Every day is a new day to begin again. It's true. Just start over, try again. In the beginning, I used to read 30 minutes. Now I only read 10 pages. It's not about the quantity. It was about creating the habit. Now it's just about getting the little bits of knowledge.
Now, I heard you talk earlier about accountability. As far as you finding someone to have you accountable, how did you find that person? Did it make you nervous picking the person that you pick? How did you find an accountable partner?
Well, what's so cute about accountability, they tried I want to say my uncle tried from 2016 up until 2019, where I started really taking it serious. Your accountable partner, 9 times out of 10, finds you. An accountable person is going to stay on you. They're going to keep poking at you, keep poking at you, keep poking at you. People often say your tribe finds you, but certain people, they'll push you and push you and push you until you're ready. The accountability for me, it's two-sided. For someone else but yourself, be true to yourself. Accountability is just not lying to yourself. So I want to say for those first couple of years, I was saying that I wanted to change. I knew I needed to do something different, but I wasn't ready. And it was but they kept poking and poking and poking. And when I finally said, okay, you need to do something, you need to change, then that was the moment where I became accountable for myself. And then I stepped into the box and started receiving what was trying to be poured into me.
So would you say that accountability, your personal accountability, and also the accountability of others help you build a strong habit?
I would definitely say so. You can't do anything by yourself. A tribe, someone around you to encourage you, or just to simply remind you that keep pushing, we're proud of you. That really helps in setting in your goals. Now, I want to say we check in maybe once a month. And our conversations are different. Believe it or not, there's levels to mentorship. And I thought I had all the knowledge from the first couple of years. And he's like, all right, you're here. Now, this is how the second half works. This is what we do now, because I was beating myself up originally because I'm like, I can't read the 30 minutes and get this, and this done the way my life is now. And he's like, because you're not supposed to. Now just touch 2 pages. It's about just getting the little bit. Now the conversations go, you don't need to learn, but only 15% of something. The conversations change now. So it's continually getting the guidance. Don't ever think you've got it all, because then they'll just unveil another layer and your mind will go. And I'm like, how do you know? How did you know this is where I was and what I needed?
So there's levels to mentorship.
There's levels that I'm learning. You would think they give it to you all, and no, it's just what you need in that place that you are.
Now, what role does mindset play in success?
You attract success. We all know we attract abundance. A scarcity mindset gets you nowhere. We often hear fake it till you make it. I don't like that saying per se, because it makes me feel like I'm phony. But as I've gotten older, I've noticed that most successful people is not you're faking it, it's you're walking in the light that you already see yourself in. Most successful people, when they go back and they give their interview from 10 to 15 years ago, my favorite I saw recently was the big timers, Juvenile and them. They said when they started out, every watch, every chain, everything you saw on every cover, every magazine was all fake. They didn't have anything, but they manifested that lifestyle. They presented themselves in that light. Now you see them. So for me, it's just the mindset of, even if you're not where you want to be, believe it. It'll come. One day you'll look up and be like, oh, I'm here.
Fake it till you make it.
I don't like how they say it, but I hate that saying, but it's almost walking the lifestyle that you want to live in. It's the lifestyle version of dress for success. You dress for the position you want, not the position you have. I think I like that better. If you could apply that to your life, live in the life that you want, not the life that you have. I think that's how I would transition that, because I just hate fake it till you make it.
Live in the life that you want
instead of the life that you have.
Wow. Look, see, you just switched it up right there.
Right.
Now, how do you cultivate a strong, resilient mindset?
It's my tribe. I have an amazing tribe. I want to say, because every day is not a great day. In this field, the better you get, the more problems you have. I've noticed that every time I have a major goal, every time I have a major setback, once I've reached that milestone, it's something else. It's always something else. So to keep a resilient mindset, you need to have a tribe, people that you can call. I know at some point in times, just hearing you can do it, being poured into. If you isolate yourself, or you're not open to how you feel or what's going on, don't be embarrassed about your business. The fact that you're a business owner is, most people have pride in it and they respect it. So just be open, pour out, let people know what's going on so that they can pour into you. Because when I find I bottle and I hold it all up, not only does it harm myself, but my anxiety, my emotions, it pours into my employees. It becomes infectious and it becomes like a cancer in the office.
A team. Most people don't think they need a team.
Oh, you need a team of emotional warriors.
Yes, ma'am. Now, how do you handle setbacks or failures in a way that aligns with your personal habits and discipline?
Well, I was raised to not be afraid of failure. I grew up being able to do a lot of things pretty effortlessly, and things come really easy to me. So failure was always like, oh, you got me. Let me come back and do it again. Oh, you're a little bit more. Note to self, I'm coming in 20 times harder. So for me, failure has always been an opportunity for growth. It's been an opportunity to learn. If you're always good at something, you really always are at that baby level. You never really get to build on it. But when you fail, you get to stack a layer. You get to stack a layer. You get to stack a layer. There's a saying, if you're not embarrassed by your first product, you're not doing anything. You're not growing. If you put something out there and you think that's the best thing you're done, that's a problem. That's a problem. You should be embarrassed by your first product, because you should be constantly growing, constantly elevating, constantly setting the bar, taking that failure and turn it into an opportunity to learn, okay, that's where I could do better. Let me insert that here and let me put it back out there. My grandmother has a saying, and I really don't mind failure. I don't. I grew up with this. If the answer's already no, all someone can say is yes. If you've already got it in your mind that they're going to say no, do it. Try. You've already blocked it off in your mind. So the only other option at this point is you're hearing what you want to hear. Yes. Go for it. That is how I was raised. So for me, failure is just an opportunity for growth, a stepping stone.
Wow. Failures build you.
Build you. They build you. Wow. They don't break you.
Say that one more time. Failures
build you. They don't break you.
Yes. That is so true. That is so true. Now, what are some ways that you stay focused and avoid distractions?
That's probably my hardest one. Well, for me, to be honest,
I'm taking notes.
The way my brain works, I actually have to do two things at once to be able to focus on one thing. So some of the things I do, I notice that a clean home, a clean car, a clean office. If my environment is clean, my brain is clean and focused. I can knock out those tasks that I write on that list that used to be all over the board. Writing things down keeps me focused because I can work off of a list. If I have a chaotic environment, my mind is chaotic. If I keep it all up here, I'll start writing an email, then I'll answer that phone call, then I'll do that text, and nothing gets done when you just jump around. So I would say, again, your personal life, because your environment is your personal. My home, keeping things clean, organized, visually satisfying really helps me stay focused. When it's chaos around me or just junk or just randomness, my brain is all over. It's the same. It's junk. It's randomness.
I like how you said you have to do two things at one time. I'm also like that. In order to focus on one, I'll be working on 2 to 3 things and I will get them all done, but I have to be doing them all 3 at the same time.
Right.
I thought that was just me.
I think that's our generation. A lot of us we multitask very, very well.
Yes. Now, how do you balance ambition with patience when working towards long-term success?
I don't. It's a daily battle. You find yourself looking to your left and your right. You find yourself looking at your peers. I've noticed when you come up in a business environment, you all end up taking the same classes. You end up working in a silo of individuals. And some of us propel before others. Some of us have setbacks. The best thing I suggest would be to just, again, grace. Don't pace yourself with anyone else. More importantly, what you see 9 times out of 10 is not the reality. It may look great. It may look like everything's going well. I guess it's the fake it till you make it portion. But when you really see what's behind those layers is not what you imagine, or where you thought you wanted to be is not as great as you thought it was. The table you thought you wanted to sit at, the seats don't feel as great. So it's important to develop your own lane, your own tribe, So that as you figure out what that success looks like and how you want to balance and achieve it, you're within a silo that feels natural. And as you're achieving it, it gives you the mindset of, if I keep pushing on this plane, I will be here, versus what am I doing wrong so that I'm not there. It keeps you in the mindset, okay, I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. It's just not my time yet. When you're within your own set, you get the mindset of, it's not my time, versus why not me? When you look to the left and the right, you get, why not me? So I would say, look ahead, focus within your own, because you respect people within your industry. You don't, when you see somebody that's been doing something 30 and 40 years, you don't automatically think, I should be there. I've been doing that 2 years. Your mind already says, slow it down. They put in work the plan. So I would say that would be the way to balance ambition and your profession. Look straight ahead, not left or right, but not blinders. Look at somebody that's doing what you want. Don't just be in your own lane. Be in the lane of someone that's there. All the people there.
So focus on what you want. Move at your pace, and then watch a mentor or someone that's ahead of you.
Correct. Because they'll never make you feel like you're not where you're supposed to be. Someone at that level is already going to tell you naturally, hey, keep going. You're right there. Keep pushing. So many times I felt like I was doing everything wrong. For me, the business I have now, I'm probably the baby out of everybody in my state doing this. So I'm learning on a different path. But I think I'm hitting roadblocks and things like that. And then when I talk to someone else, they're like, no, that's normal. That's where you're supposed to be. That failure is right where it's supposed to be. If you weren't doing this right here, you wouldn't learn to grow to pop to that next level. So that brings me back to, again, to certain failures, certain things that I thought were setbacks is like, nope, you're right where you're supposed to be. Once you figure that out, it's going to propel you to that next level.
That's amazing. It's important that we find the right mentors, because a lot of times we just pick the people that we think got it going on, but that don't know our process or haven't been through what we've been through already. And then we look around like, what's going on?
Go ahead.
I'm done. Okay. I thought you had something else to say at the end of me. I'm sorry. Now, how does physical health and fitness impact business success?
I think it's twofolded. Physical health, in a stressful environment, it's nothing like just being able to walk out the office, go to the gym, punch a bag, and come back. Sometimes just getting out the energy for me helps. It provides a mindset. You get more confidence when you work out. You feel stronger. It's working out is just a habit in itself because it's a consistency that you have to meet. To me, I like working out because not only is it consistency, you have to push yourself against how you feel. It's a different type of push because I don't feel like it 9 times out of 10. But I know the benefits on the other side. And when I leave, I feel amazing. The other side I find about working out, especially if you go to a gym, for example, when I would go 4 and 5, it's a certain type of mindset of people that are in there 4 or 5 o'clock. The type of people you meet, it'll be more in line. It makes it more natural to meet like-minded people when you put yourself in environments like that work on their mental health, that work on their physical, so that you can, again, bring it back into your personal life. I met many clients. I've made many business connections just in the gym by being there at a certain time, working out. So not only does it put you in a place to get you with like-minded people, it also helps with your mental and physical. And for those days, because sometimes I do bingers, especially at the end of the month. I might go 2-3 days with working. Building up that energy, that stamina, that go really helps when you have to push, because you have it stored up.
So letting go, getting rid of some of that energy, some of that, sometimes it might be stress, sometimes it just might be, I need to get out the house, but getting rid of that energy.
Mm-hmm. Also helps clearing the mind. I'll go on the stair stepper and just work through a problem. Because you'll just start daydreaming. Well, I do. It's so easy for me to daydream. I'll just work and daydream. And by the time I leave the gym, problem solved, or I don't care. I don't care anymore. It's that simple.
That's pretty good. Either you figure it out or, hey, let it go.
Let it go.
Mm-hmm. Now, what role does mental health play in maintaining productivity and discipline?
Mental health plays a big role. Your mental health is your mentor, your coach, your internal coach. And if you're not giving your coach what it needs to coach you when you're down, it's almost like you're beating yourself up. So all those morning habits of the affirmations, the journaling, that's almost like you're preparing and you're training your own personal mental coach. So on that day when I don't feel good or I don't meet all my habits, my mind comes in. Every day is a new day to begin again. It immediately starts pumping and pushing the things that you need. Hey, give yourself grace. So when you have that good mental health, it's able to be good to you when you're not good to yourself.
Mm-hmm. Good mental health is important. Mm-hmm. Now, how do you manage stress while maintaining consistency in your habits?
I manage it the best I can. The gym helps a lot. I take walks a lot. Purging my brain really takes a lot of the stress. Once I can see it, I can achieve it. But when it's swirling, I can't put a time to it. And it just makes everything feel so daunting sometimes. Me personally, I'll take a nap like it's nobody's business. If I get tired, I go to sleep and I wake back up. If I'm working and I feel tired at 10 p.m., I'm that person that'll take a 2-3 hour nap, get up at 1, 2 refreshed and get back at it. But that fresh mind, that nap, that reset, that just letting that brain rest sometimes makes all the difference. Because I find I'll push through and then I might get the project done, but the quality of the work just makes me so disappointed. So just stop, sleep, nap, wake up, be refreshed. I think those 3 things really help. Just being able to give your mind a break. I sometimes play different music to just take myself out of the environment that I'm in. And then it almost gives me a reset. And also play a game in my mind sometimes. I act like I'm going to a different job. I'll leave, get in my car, go somewhere, get something to eat, and just act like I had a part-time job. I'll come back and mentally clock in and sit down for another shift. Little things like that sometimes get me over the board.
I like those techniques, especially the nap. I really love that technique.
I have an office in my office that is my nap room.
See, I like that. I like how you think.
Yeah, got it. You got it.
Now, what is your approach to time management?
My approach might be a little unorthodox because I have ADHD. So I have time blindness, which means when there's a lot of time to do things, it almost puts me in a phase where I can't move because it's too much time and I feel like there's not. But when I only have 10 minutes, I feel like I can do 1,000 things in those little 10 minutes, which is the weirdest, which means I'm always late. So I'm always late, or I spend all day for something that it might be at 4 p.m. So little things that I do. I write everything down. I give everything a time frame. I organize my goals so I'm not jumping around. So if I have a whole list, I put all the emails together. I put all the phone calls together. I put all the actions that I physically have to leave my office. I take all the actions that are big projects and I put them in a category. Then I give things times. I give them reasonable expectations. And then from there, I pick at it. I'll say, okay, today, it's a day I feel like I can sit at my desk. We're going to do emails and we're going to do small projects. Today, I feel like I can talk to people. So we're going to knock out all those phone calls and we're going to get those things down. The second thing I do for me personally, if I have something big, like for example, this, if I had set this at 4 p.m. today, I probably would have got no work done. My anxiety would have been high. I'd have been thinking about this, thinking about it. Big things or things that are heavy, I schedule first thing in the morning. Knock it out, get it done early. If I'm going to sweat it, I'm going to sweat it overnight. But I'm not going to let it lock up my whole day and my time because I'm not able to get anything else accomplished throughout that. I would say lastly, adjust how you manage your time. Sometimes I'm strict, depending on where I am in my season. You can only get 15 minutes of my time. I'm abrupt. My friends call me, they say I get atypical. When I get in those moments, I'm just, what you got? If it's not about the business, you got 10 minutes, let's go. Because I have so much going on. I have to really lock in because I'll talk to you for 2-3 hours and I get nothing done, but you get everything done. So sometimes you have to manage your time based on yourself so that you don't get distracted.
That is so true. Managing your time based on yourself, because sometimes we manage it according to others, or we go by this book and we do it that way and we still not getting things done. So yeah, I like that fact that you said manage time according to yourself.
Know yourself, accountability.
Now, how do your personal habits influence the culture and performance of your team or business?
Well, I gave an example earlier. My emotions, how I carry the stress, it could be an infection, but the whole building, but it goes the other way. When I'm calm, when I'm doing the affirmations, when I'm, because I'll stop and do affirmations at noon. So my staff can kind of see where the levels are. It pours over into them. I can see that they're calmer. They have more of seasoned approach or grace, I would say, within working. We work in a very high stressed environment where it's very easy. You can go from 0 to 100. But I find when I'm at a 5, the office is at a 5. But when I'm at 100, the office is at 100, and everybody is going for blood, not within ourselves, but on the outside, like the counterparts we work with, because it's almost like we don't do law, but it's kind of like you're fighting. So it's a constant battle to make sure everybody's getting what they're supposed to need. So I would say having positive personal habits or negative can either infect or affect the office.
Now, if someone's listening to this chat could implement only one habit starting today, what should it be and why?
I would say just pick one thing. I'm not going to tell you what it is. The habit would be to be consistent in it, but be honest. Again, maybe it's just once a week. Maybe it's 3 times a week. Everything doesn't have to be 7 or 5. It doesn't have to be an hour. I would just challenge them to pick one thing that would provide good mental health so that they're pouring into themselves. Take it, write it down, get a calendar and mark so you can see. You can see what you're doing. I think that helps with habits, being able to check and ticker the habit so you can look back and give yourself grace. Once you do that, add another habit in there. Add another habit in there. So the first one I would challenge everyone to do, and I know my mother would be happy, make your bed when you wake up. That is the easiest and first habit you can do to set yourself up. Something that anybody can put into their schedule. Anybody can start there if you're not already. Make your bed. One habit that'll make a difference. It feels good and you accomplish something. Accomplishing something matters.
So be honest with yourself.
Oh, man.
Be consistent in what you're choosing to do.
And define what consistency is to you. Again, it might just be one day. It might be once a month. That is fine. Do it.
Just do it.
Do it. Just do it. Do it. And give yourself grace when you don't. It's okay, because every day is a new day to begin again.
Say that one more time. I just like how you say it.
Every day, it's so embedded in me. Every day is a new day to begin again. I believe but I said that to myself for probably 3 or 4 years. Mm-hmm. It's weird. It's interesting because you're basically brainwashing yourself. There was a point in time where I would listen to, in the morning, I would listen to what I would put on, like an affirmation hour or overnight. And when I would go to bed, that's what I would listen to. I would have those things going through my brain as I'm sleeping. I'm eating it, I'm breathing it, I'm sleeping it. So when I would go in that fridge to go grab that lollipop, something in my brain would go, I make healthy choices. I only eat healthy things. And I'm like, oh, click. When I go to, it's like your brain will just start dropping them off. Like, this is what you're training us to say to you in these moments. Here you go.
Thank you so much for coming today. I have really enjoyed our conversation. I just want to give you the opportunity to give your contact information if anyone wanted to reach out to you.
I enjoyed myself as well, Jamila. Thank you so much. We can be reached at www.rssettlements.com. That's RS, the word settlements with an S.com. Our social medias are simple at RS Settlements. Our office line, 757-354-4899. If anyone needs any assistance with title or probate, heir properties, give us a call. We're very well versed in that. We'll be more than likely to help. More than happy to help.
Awesome. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you. Have a good day.
The Black Business Expo mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App. That's $BBXUSA. Once again, that's $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors. That's NC-100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporation, Genius is Common, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, Banks Law Firm, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader and expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.